Aloha, everyone. We're at Senate Bill 3 or 43
Thank you.
being heard right now.
Must be maintained. There are more places to legally purchase a firearm in the United States than there are Starbucks and McDonald's combined. This is not an attempt to put anyone out of business or to register anything so that at a later date someone would come to confiscate those items. Times are changing, and the equipment or items we buy and use are changing. The ghost gun has become a new problem for law enforcement. Their usage in our community has even changed. At first, they were being found at the scene of crimes or appropriated and recovered by law enforcement. They now are being used in suicides. 9 out of 10 people who attempt a suicide will survive. If a firearm is used in a suicide attempt, they are successful 9 out of every 10 times. New York University, in conjunction with the CDC, found that for every 20 ghost guns recovered per 100,000 people, the suicide rate rose 6%. Colorado is already in the top 10 for firearm suicides in the U.S., and our rural districts have 2 of the top 14 counties in the United States for suicides. This kind of news should be a concern for each and every one of us. The barrels on most modern-day firearms will outlast their owners. Those that are being used by competitive hunters, sportsmen, usually are working with a gunsmith for their sporting firearms. Should they still need to replace barrels, this won't stop them. It will just ensure that these transactions are being done in person with an FFL. The criminals don't abide by the laws we make. This will only impact the law-abiding citizen.
Well, that is true.
There are 380,000 firearms stolen in this country every year. That's more than 1,000 a day. Criminals don't need to use kits or 3D printers to get their firearms. They just need to walk up and down our streets and open unlocked car doors. If a criminal waited right outside of our lobby, one firearm would come sliding across the floor while a legislator is running into a meeting. That happened out here. As legislators, we leave firearms in committee rooms, in our briefcases. We leave them on the counter in the men's room. That's what legislators here do. And if you really want the really lethal stuff, we will drive an AK-47 into this parking lot with 2 other firearms, have them completely loaded, and leave the car door open. With all the security we have, with all of the cameras we have, no one has ever located that firearm. In 24 to 36 months, that firearm will show up at the scene of a crime, and we'll know where it is then. I'm confident there's firearms out in those cars right now. The people of our state have asked us to take action on the public health crisis that is gun violence. In a statewide ballot election, we were given a mandate that an excise tax should be collected on all firearm purchases, and that money collected to be used to help domestic violence survivors and veterans. The strong Democratic majorities in both the House and the Senate are testament to what the voters have asked us to do. I'm pleased to see institutions of higher education like the Anschutz Firearm Injury Prevention Initiative and Johns Hopkins Center for Gun Violence Solutions weigh in, follow along, and support our work here in Colorado. We have become change makers on gun violence prevention policy, and we will be leading on policy that impacts our country on ghost guns, barrel regulation, and 3D printing. The cry that this is unconstitutional continues to be heard. Acolytes of the gun industry feel that anything that they disagree with must be unconstitutional, and they threaten court battles. The Colorado Supreme Court already established a crucial legal standard in the 2020 case of the RMGO versus Polis that said designated to be readily converted applies to the original intent of the manufacturer. It's not just some piece of tubing that someone has in their workshop. And we heard this during our committee. There were people who said that they were planning to use just that type of materials, and they were even going to market it to the rest of the acolyte community. Readily completed is the language that we use in this bill. And in 2025, the Supreme Court upheld that term in Bondi versus Van Dirkster. The functional part must be able to be completed in a short time using common tools. These are already Supreme Court cases that have been adjudicated on legislation like this. That won't stop them from coming up here in a parade and telling me how this is unconstitutional. It's already been established. This policy is what's needed during these difficult times, and Colorado will lead the country with results that will save lives. A barrel is not a gun, and it can't be made into a gun unless it's paired with a lower receiver. This bill is intended to be a barrier to the one part that can't be effectively made by 3D printers. This will not be the end of all of our concern on 3D printed firearms and ghost gun kits. It is a meaningful step. With passage of Senate Bill 26043, Colorado will once again prove that we are prepared to lead on this policy and continue to address the public health crisis that is gun violence.
Thank you, Senator Sullivan. Further discussion on the bill. Minority
This
Leader.
is all ridiculous.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So
Morning, colleagues.
keep on
So
going.
there will be an abundance of opportunity this morning and probably into the afternoon to talk about Senate Bill 26043. But I did want to lead it off with what I thought was a really interesting email from, and I'm like everybody's inboxes I know are exploding with comments about Senate Bill 26043, but I did want to just read this one. I won't say who it's from, but dear Senator, I'm writing to urge a no vote on Senate Bill 26043, the gun barrel registration bill. Senate Bill 26043, a proposed law requiring citizens to purchase firearm barrels through a registered federal firearms license, FFL holder, is a misguided approach that would create significant costs and regulatory burdens while delivering little, if any, public safety benefit. At its core, the proposal misunderstands what a gun barrel is and what it is not. A barrel, the sponsor referenced this, a barrel is a component, not a firearm. Under long-standing federal law, a firearm is defined by its receiver or frame, not by its individual parts. A barrel, by itself, cannot fire a round, cannot be readily converted into a functional weapon, and poses no inherent danger. Treating a non-regulated component as if it were a controlled firearm erodes the clear legal distinction that has existed for decades and has provided a stable, workable framework for gun regulation. It opens the door to tracking and registration of component parts. Once a barrel is subjected to FFL transfer requirements, there's no principled stopping point. If a barrel must be serialized, logged, and transferred through a gun store, why not the bolts, the firing pins, the triggers, springs, or magazines? The logic behind the proposal could easily be extended to nearly every replaceable firearm component. This incremental expansion of regulatory creep, risks turning routine maintenance and lawful ownership into a bureaucratic maze. Maybe that's the intent, but HB 26043 is a gun control bill by any other name. It increases costs for lawful gun owners without improving safety. FFL transfers are not free. They typically involve transfer fees, record-keeping costs, compliance overhead, and delays. For hunters, competitive shooters, hobbyists, and gunsmiths who regularly replace worn or damaged barrels, these costs add up quickly. The result is a de facto tax on lawful behavior, pricing some citizens out of exercising a lawful right while doing nothing to deter criminals, who overwhelmingly acquire firearms through illegal channels rather than lawful parts purchases. It burdens small businesses and strains the FFL system. Gun stores already operate under extensive federal and now state compliance requirements, forcing them to process transfers for ordinary parts would increase workload, paperwork, and liability without corresponding public safety gains. Smaller FFLs may simply stop offering parts transfers altogether, reducing consumer choice and pushing prices even higher. It distracts from policies that actually address crime. Criminal misuse of firearms is driven by intent, not by access to replacement parts sold lawfully to the general public. A barrel requirement risks giving lawmakers the appearance of doing something while diverting attention from measures that could actually reduce violent crime, such as enforcing existing laws, targeting repeat violent offenders, and improving mental health and community-based interventions. I could not find any credible evidence of a public safety threat
what they really
from
need to focus
criminals
on
attacking
is
people with gun barrels.
mental health side.
It sets a troubling precedent. Perhaps most concerning, regulating barrels if they were firearms normalizes the idea that any common object associated with a constitutionally protected activity can be tracked, registered, and restricted over time. That precedent should concern not only gun owners, but anyone who values clear limits on government power and regulatory restraint. If gun barrels can be registered, then why not force people to register their purchases of books, movies, artwork, 3D printer ink, or other things that legislators might one day define as dangerous or otherwise contribute to a threat to public safety? In short, requiring gun barrels to be purchased through FFL holders would raise costs, expand bureaucracy, burden lawful citizens and small businesses, and establish a slippery precedent without meaningfully improving public safety. Sound policy should be targeted, effective, and proportional. This proposal is none of these. So again, that was just one of, I don't know, hundreds, and I know the sponsors, I have actually seen responses. The sponsor has reached back out to some of them that I've actually received as well. But it's been pretty overwhelming over the last few weeks, the number of inquiries about this bill in particular. And look, I just wrap up my comments with, it does seem like this is really a burden on the lawful citizens of the state. And I think the criminals element in our society will continue to function outside the norms of what's responsible and won't honor what if this becomes law, the criminals are not gonna obey the laws. They have a history of not doing that. So I'm not sure what we're gonna accomplish in this space than, again, increasing burdens on responsible gun owners. And with that, I would ask for a no vote on Senate Bill 26043. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Bright.
Well spoken here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition of Senate Bill 26043. Year over year, we anxiously await legislative proposals in this chamber that will have a real effect on violence in our communities. We wait and we wait. We continue to see this issue addressed in ways that are not effective. I would love to see some legislation proposed here that actually addresses the real root cause of violence in our communities. We continue to chase after things that don't make a difference. I would also say that I take personal offense to the insinuation that I walk around here with a gun that could be slid across the floor, that I leave a weapon like that in a bathroom, that I carry something in my car to defend myself from attacks in a town that has violence. I was gonna wait to make some comments to try to talk about this in a more tactical way, but yeah, the opening comments by the bill sponsor were personally offensive. We have hundreds of thousands of parts produced in the state of Colorado, sold in the state of Colorado, that could be combined with other parts available that could be lethal. Are we gonna pass hundreds of thousands of laws in the state of Colorado to address all of those? Or are we gonna go after the root cause and pass key pieces of legislation that actually make a difference on violence in our communities? I'll have more to say as we go through this morning, this afternoon. I'm going to jot some more notes down and address what I'm hearing. But I would encourage us to address the real concern, the real root cause of what's stemming violence in our communities, rather than prohibiting the sale of parts that can be combined with other parts. With that, I'll yield to next.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I sit on the committee that heard this bill. We heard overwhelming testimony about how this bill was unenforceable. It's going to put a huge strain on FFLs. I have a FFL in my hometown that already has not renewed his license. The burden is just getting too great for our small businesses to stay in business. And this is one more layer. I liken gun legislation in this state to the same as the oil and gas regulations. They're going to regulate it out. They're not going to just all out and out ban it. They're going to take away the FFLs, make it to where they can't do business in this state anymore, or if they do, it's going to be so expensive they can't afford to do it, and thus eliminating the industry for the law-abiding citizen, not for the criminal. There's already enough guns out there now to arm any criminal that wants a gun. They don't care about FFLs. So I'm gonna read email I got. My email was slammed back when we heard the bill in committee, and now again leading up to hearing it here on the floor. And this is just one email I got. It starts out, it says, I'm writing to urge a no vote on Senate Bill 43, the gun barrel registration bill. 43 is a law, proposed law requiring citizens to purchase firearm barrels through a registered FFL, is a misguided approach that would create significant costs and regulatory burdens while delivering little, if any, public safety benefits. At its core, the proposal misunderstands what a gun barrel is and what it is not. It opens the door to tracking and registration of common parts. Once a barrel is subjected to FFL transfer requirements, there is no principled stopping point. If a barrel must be serialized, logged, and transferred through a gun store, why not bolts, firing pins, triggers, springs, or magazines? That's coming. They're going to do this one piece at a time. The logic behind the proposal could easily be extended to nearly every replaceable firearm component. This incremental expansion of regulatory creep risks turning routine maintenance and lawful ownership into bureaucratic maze. Maybe that's the intent. But 043 is a gun control bill by any other name. It increases costs for lawful gun owners without improving safety. FFL transfers are not free. They typically involve transfer fees, record-keeping costs, compliance overhead, and delays. For hunters, competitive shooters, hobbyists, and gunsmiths who regularly replace worn or damaged barrels, these costs add up quickly. The result is a de facto tax on lawful behavior, pricing some citizens out of exercising a lawful right while doing nothing to deter criminals, who overwhelmingly acquire firearms through illegal channels rather than lawful parts purchases. It burdens small businesses and strains the FFL system. Gun stores already operate under extensive federal and state compliance requirements. Forcing them to process transfers for ordinary parts would increase workload, paperwork, and liability without corresponding public safety gains. Smaller FFLs may simply stop offering parts transfers altogether, reducing consumer choice, pushing prices even higher. It distracts from policies that actually address crime. Criminal misuse of firearms is driven by intent, not by access to replacement parts sold lawfully to the general public. A barrel requirement risks giving lawmakers the appearance of doing something while diverting attention from measures that could actually reduce violent crime, such as enforcing existing laws, targeting repeat violent offenders, and improving mental health and community-based interventions. We had the good senator from Platteville in his opening remarks kind of talk around this. We have issues that are causing this problem, and it's not the guns, it's not the parts, it's the mental health, it's the people. We have people that are the problem, not the gun. He goes on to say, I could not find any credible evidence of public safety threat from criminals attacking people with gun barrels. It sets a troubling precedent. Perhaps most concerning, regulating barrels as if they were firearms normalizes the idea that any common object associated with a constitutionally protected activity can be tracked, registered, and restricted over time. That precedent should concern not only gun owners, but anyone who values clear limits on government power and regulatory restraint. If gun barrels can be registered, then why not force people to register their purchases of books, movies, artwork, 3D printer ink? There's a 3D printer bill going through the House right now that's very troubling. Or other things that legislators might one day define as dangerous or otherwise contribute to a threat to public safety. In short, requiring gun barrels to be purchased through FFL holders would raise costs, expand bureaucracy, burden lawful citizens and small businesses, and establish a slippery precedent without meaningfully improving public safety. Sound policies should be targeted, effective, and proportional. This proposal is none of these. And again, this is one of the thousands of emails I've received. There was one day back before this bill was heard in committee, I got 1,500 emails in one day. And overwhelmingly against this bill. So I would encourage a no vote on this bill when it comes that time. I do have an amendment I will run later, and I will talk some more about this bill at that time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to be clear, and I've already heard two people say, in the bill, we do not ask, or is it demanded that the barrels be serialized? That's not in the bill. I know that's part of your talking points. Maybe you could scratch that part out. I'll have to keep coming up here and letting people of the state of Colorado and the rest of my colleagues know there is nothing in the bill that serializes gun barrels. The receivers are serialized. That's a legislation that we've already passed. And a gun barrel, when matched with a receiver, becomes a deadly weapon. A screw or a spring does not become a deadly weapon.
Senator Zamora Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So it's true, screw is not a deadly weapon. Neither is a, I guess, pipe, barrel. Same argument can be made. This bill is another egregious infringement on our Second Amendment rights. A barrel is not a firearm. It's not regulated under federal law. It's not a completed weapon. It is a component, like a screw, like a spring. And yet this bill layers significant regulatory barriers onto the transfer of that component. Barriers that implicate not just commerce, not just convenience, but constitutional rights. The people of the United States did not put us in office to trample their constitutional rights. The purpose of government in the first place is to secure the rights of the people. And that means upholding all rights outlined in the document we all place trust in every day, especially the Second Amendment. The Second Amendment to the United States Constitution is not ambiguous. It protects the right of the people to keep and bear arms. The United States Supreme Court made that clear in decisions like District of Columbia versus Heller and New York State Rifle and Pistol Association versus Bruin, that this right extends to arms in common lawful use, and that modern regulations must be consistent with the historical tradition of firearm regulation in this country. We must ask ourselves, where in our historical tradition do we see regulation of non-serialized component parts requiring in-person government-supervised transfers? Can you imagine if we did that with the First Amendment? What if there were people who deemed, I don't know, Christians were a threat to public, and that we must regulate components to Christianity, say the Bible? We're going to track that and regulate. It's pretty absurd.
Yep, that's right.
But the argument can be made. This is going to treat abiding citizens like criminals while doing nothing to stop actual crime. It mandates the firearm barrel's mere transfer, components be sold only through federally licensed dealers, bans private possession with intent to sell or transfer, imposes 5-year record keeping on dealers, and creates new misdemeanors for violations. More misdemeanors, more arrests. I know there's many in this chamber that would prefer to empty jails, but here we're creating more misdemeanors. It empowers the Colorado Bureau of Investigation to create forms for tracking these sales and edging us closer to a de facto gun registry. Now, the fiscal note claims there's minimal impacts with $0 in new revenue or expenditures starting in fiscal year 26-27. But this absolutely ignores inevitable enforcement creep and workload for CBI to create forms, increase in judicial processing of new misdemeanors, and potential future budget hikes amid Colorado's $850 million to $100 billion shortfall. Taxpayers are going to foot the bill for this nanny state overreach, diverting funds from real priorities like our roads and our schools.
Yeah.
The non-monetary costs to the taxpayer, we're going to have an erosion of fiscal accountability as government expands control over private property without proven public safety benefits. The unintended consequences, well, wasted dollars on ineffective laws that fuel bigger government, potentially leading to higher taxes, or if we ever get an opportunity, cut elsewhere to cover hidden compliance costs. As far as the cost to the avid gun hobbyists, the monetary costs is going to be in the hundreds per barrel for FFL transfer fees, plus travel and time costs as online or private sales are banned, hiking the price of customizing or repairing firearms. Non-monetary costs to the gun hobbyists, we have a loss of freedom to innovate. Mandatory dealer involvement invades privacy through records that can be abused, misused. And looking at the unintended consequences, it reduces participation that enthusiasts have. They'll avoid hassles, stifling a community that promotes responsible gun culture, and some may turn to out-of-state purchases, risking legal pitfalls. As we look at the costs for the gun shops, the FFL dealers, we have monetary costs, no direct state funding, but increased administrative expenses for 5-year record keeping, form compliance, and potential liability, offset somewhat by transfer fees, but overall a net burden to a regulated market. Non-monetary costs for the gun shops, more red tape and CBI oversight, turning small businesses into unwilling government agents, time spent on paperwork that detracts from serving customers. Unintended consequences, slower sales due to customer deterrence, or a shift to the black market alternatives that undercut legitimate shops. This could force some rural dealers out of business amid low volume barrel transactions. And again, tying into what was stated previously, You have producers that exit the market, that decreases supply, causes scarcity, increases prices, which, who will that impact? Those low-income people, those of minorities, fixed-income citizens. That is infringing on their Second Amendment right.
I should have written it down. All of our Second Amendment rights here in Colorado.
For the gun owners, what are the costs? You have monetary costs similar to the hobbyists, added fees, costs, barrel replacements, as I just had stated, especially for the hunters or the sport shooters needing quick fixes. Buyers must be 18 or older and firearm eligible, adding verification hurdles. Non-monetary costs, of course, we get the chilled exercise of the Second Amendment rights through fear of tracking. And it treats owners as suspects for owning basic parts. Basic parts. Unintended consequences for the gun owners. Owners may delay maintenance, leading to unsafe firearms. Criminals ignore the law, while compliant owners face disproportionate scrutiny, fostering distrust in the government. And what are the costs to those who support the Second Amendment? The monetary costs, again, indirect hits through donations to fight this in court or lobby against it, broader economic drag on gun industry jobs and revenue in Colorado. The non-monetary cost, assault on core liberties. The Second Amendment protects against tyranny, yet this bill piecemeals and erodes it by regulating components, setting precedents for more bans. It is not going to stop here. Unintended consequences, as I stated again, and I'll keep saying it, it alienates minorities and low-income families who rely on affordable self-defense options. These are barriers, and they are increasing. And it drives people out of state or underground, weakening Colorado's pro-Second Amendment voice while emboldening those who are against guns. This bill exemplifies overreach. This isn't about safety. This is not about safety. This is about control. This is at the expense of our freedoms, all the while criminals laugh and bypass this. We must reject this tyranny to preserve our constitutional republic. I will be speaking more on this, but this is a bad bill. We need to vote no on this. Thank you.
Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to make a few comments as well in opposition to Senate Bill 43. And I think my colleague from the Air Force Academy has made an excellent outline of many of the arguments against this bill. Of course, she is and has been a member of the military and is quite familiar with the position, I think, of a lot of folks in the military and a lot of lawful gun owners, a lot of folks in law enforcement, about the continual bill after bill that is coming through through this legislature impacting on the Second Amendment. This bill is, I guess, being marketed as one to close a loophole. And to me, that really answers an important question we ask in this state of Colorado quite a bit in recent years. When is it going to end? And I think we have the answer to that question with a bill like this. It's not going to end. I mean, we're going to have bill after bill after bill trying to regulate lawful citizens and their ownership of firearms, to regulate lawful businesses, gun dealers throughout this state. I mean, the regulatory burdens that this bill places upon folks running lawful businesses in this state, there's no longer any question in my mind that the goal of a lot of folks may well be to just drive as many of these lawful businesses out of the state of Colorado, drive them out to other states, surrounding states, whether it's Wyoming or Kansas or Nebraska or Utah or wherever they might choose to go. But I just asked that question, is that a part of the objective of having bills year after year, a big part of which imposes paperwork and regulatory burdens on the men and women who own lawful businesses in this state? And so that's just one aspect of this bill that concerns me. With this bill, we're not regulating actual guns, actual firearms, as we've been told over the years. Well, we gotta, crack down on all the firearms out there, all the firearms being sold, potentially going into the hands of people who will engage in wrongdoing and horrible things in our society.
Senate Bill 43, the record keeping and regulation of firearm sales. So,
and there's going to be a couple of bills along those lines this year introduced in the Senate and the House. And we're going to start regulating parts of guns. So again, I get back to that point of closing a loophole. When is it going to end? When are we going to stop another bill? What's the next chapter that people are going to be asking? Because the cumulative effect, ultimately, I don't think you can deny, is to infringe upon the Second Amendment rights of the citizens, lawful gun owners in this state. We know what the Second Amendment says. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. So how are we going to define infringement? I mean, would the founders and the folks who've come before them ever dream that we're now going to have laws in this state, in this country, that not only it started with background checks, which may well be very reasonable. And we were told at that time, that's what we need to do. We need to do background checks on people to make sure that folks who, are getting firearms don't have a felony or criminal record. But as was predicted in those times, we knew it wasn't going to end with that. It was going to go on and on and on, bill after bill. Last year we had a bill which still hasn't gone into law. It's going to go into law this summer. And I think a lot of people out in the public have probably forgotten about what's coming, but you're going to be required in order to purchase a firearm in this state now to undergo hours and hours of training. And you're going to have to be approved ultimately to purchase those firearms. Again, more paperwork, more burdens. And the irony, of course, on that bill, I've always felt over the last year with the delay, the tremendous delay in implementing the bill, is it certainly increased the purchase of firearms, because the natural reaction of folks is going to be, well, I don't want to deal with all of that additional burden. You know, I know enough about owning a firearm, and I've engaged in hunting or recreation, or I've been in the military, I've been in law enforcement. I know how to keep a firearm safe and operate a firearm. And so I'm going to go purchase the additional firearms I want now before this new law goes into effect.
Like most Coloradans are.
But again, you got to get back to this whole cumulative effect of all these bills and laws and regulations time after time, and ask yourself, have we now reached the point where we are infringing on people's rights to own a firearm lawfully in this state? And of course, beyond the Second Amendment, you know, let's not forget that we have the Ninth Amendment as well. And I'll just read that as well, because I think it's important to remember the Ninth Amendment whenever we're talking about different rights in the Constitution. The enumeration in the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage others retained by the people. So I always ask the question, well, you know, when the founders were laying out the Bill of Rights, I think it's pretty clear from the history of the Constitutional Convention and what followed with adopting the Bill of Rights was that the intent there was not to limit rights. The belief was, going back to the common law of the English-speaking peoples, if you will, the Western civilization concept, that people have natural rights. They have rights that they have as human beings. And the Second Amendment and other amendments in the Bill of Rights are not designed to say, these are all the rights that you have. I mean, as free people, we have many other rights. And I think we've reached the point now, whether, common sense people can legitimately ask the question and have the belief that we have now crossed that line of infringing upon the Second Amendment rights of the citizens of Colorado. And this will be another layer. If this bill passes, this will be another layer on top of that. Now, one of the ironies of this bill, we talked about the regulatory burden that we're putting on business owners. But I think with a number of these bills that we keep passing, I ask the question, I think a lot of people ask the question is, what impact are we actually having by putting all of these rules and regulations and laws and infringements on people's rights into place? You know, if you look at the fiscal note on this bill, one of the things that caught my eye was this prior conviction data paragraph on the unlawful sale of a firearm. This bill creates the new offense of unlawful sale of a firearm barrel as an unclassified misdemeanor. To form an estimate on the prevalence of this new crime, the fiscal note analyzed the existing offense of unlawful transfer or sale without a background check, which is a Class 1 misdemeanor, as a comparable crime to the one we're creating in this Senate Bill 43. And so what the fiscal note says on the existing offense from the years 22-23 to fiscal year 2024-25, one white female has been sentenced and convicted for this existing offense. one person over at least a couple of years there. And so this existing offense, I mean, what you got to conclude by a notation of that nature is either either it isn't being enforced at all, or it's unenforceable, or we were trying to get at something that's not existing in the state. So maybe it's a combination of several different factors, but passing laws around criminal activity, creating crimes for certain offenses that result in over 2 or 3 years, one person in the entire state of Colorado being sentenced and convicted of that offense. I really do have to offer that as support for the notion that a lot of us believe, and a lot of the constituent comments that I've received is, what are we trying to deter here, and how much of an offense is actually occurring in the state of Colorado? And all of the resources we're going to expend, that we're going to put on small business people, that we're going to put on individual citizens, that we're going to put on law enforcement and our legal system, all of that may well result in one person or several people being convicted or pursued of different offenses. So I think we should probably focus, as my colleague from Platteville noted earlier, maybe in this state we ought to get back to actually seriously punishing criminal activity in a meaningful way and sending a message. You know, we ended the death penalty in the state of Colorado. We don't have that anymore for the most horrendous offenses. And so now all the prosecutors they've lost that as a bargaining chip. You know, they used to be able to say to the people who create and commit the most serious offenses, they used to be able to say, well, we won't pursue the death penalty. We'll just accept a plea for a life sentence without the possibility of parole. Well, that bargaining chip is gone now. So everything ratchets down. And of course, in the Judiciary Committee earlier this week, we had another debate, and I understand the passion of the sponsors of the bill. What we discussed.
You guys are just now tuning in. We're talking about Senate Bill 043, regulation of firearms barrels. So this is just the Senate talking about the oppositions right now. I bet we're gonna have Tom Sullivan come back up here and talk about how this is not this. It's all that full BS.
For release back into the community. And the irony I thought of that hearing was, of course, we heard from a lot of people who had earned
Senator Carson,
good time.
I'm going to redirect you to the bill at hand, Senate Bill 43, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will get back to the subject of this bill. Occasionally, when I'm talking about passing other laws to restrict the ownership of the lawful ownership of firearms in this state, I always think about the way we're approaching crime in this state, and in my opinion, we're doing it in a very lenient manner. But back to this Senate Bill 43. And the whole issue of what is going to be the impact on the public safety of this state. And one of the things I want to touch on, I talked about the regulation of small businesses in the state that sell firearms, but let's talk about, and I know there's going to be an amendment, I think, offered by our side dealing with this issue, but we're even talking about transferring barrels of firearms between family members is going to be outlawed by this legislation. You're going to have to go to a licensed federal firearm dealer and say, hey, I'd like to transfer the, I mean, if you want to, you know, if you're going to be in complete compliance with this law, which I think in a lot of ways is just, it just gets kind of ridiculous, but you're going to have to say, I'm going to give this firearm part to my cousin or my son or my grandfather or grandfather's going to give it to their grandchild, whatever it might be. That's going to be prohibited under the legislation. So we are going to have an amendment on that issue of at least taking, at least taking out of the bill the transfer of firearm barrels from one family member to another family member. And that, I hope, will be approved or accepted, because I think that's just a completely common sense, approach to a bill like that, is you're even going to say to folks.
All right, with that amendment, what he's talking about, if you guys don't remember, when I testified against this bill, one of the community members asked me if a father wanted to help out his son with a firearm barrel to help replace it, to give him a new one, or his, would they have to follow by this new bill? Well, my response was yes, because the bill does not state whether or not there's an exemption between family. It says everyone pretty much needs to do this. So that's what they're talking about right here.
Our staunch defenders of the Second Amendment have been suspicious over the years as the ultimate objective here to start compiling databases and lists of folks who own firearms and now who own firearm parts. And this information, as I understand it on the bill, has to be retained for a minimum of 5 years. Firearms dealers must keep records of firearm barrel transfers, barrel sales on a form created by the Colorado Bureau of Investigation. Records must be kept for at least 5 years, with dealers who fail to do so subject to disciplinary actions against their state firearms dealer permit. These records must contain certain information, including the date of the sale or transfer and the purchaser's or other transferees' names. So there are going to be records kept of a number of the folks involved in this transaction. Anytime you want to transfer between family members, there's going to be a government record of that maintained. So this is once again going to fuel the suspicion. What is it that the ultimate objective of these kind of laws passed time and time again is to create an atmosphere of more and more government infringement, more and more government regulation of the lawful ownership of firearms in this state, and now even parts of firearms. So there are some exceptions to that. The bill provides exceptions for certain sales or transfers, including those to law enforcement agencies and firearms buyback programs, transfers or sales during voluntary firearm buyback programs. But ultimately, if you want to transfer a part of a firearm to a member of your family, you're going to have to go to one of the licensed dealers. You're going to have to fill out the paperwork. You're going to have to provide a good deal of information. And then that's going to be kept as a record for a minimum of 5 years. And so what I think folks that are writing to us, and this is a very clear divide in our state. I get a lot of emails and from folks who oppose this bill and similar bills And I talked to folks who oppose it, and I have to tell them, um, I felt like those would have a big impact on the legislators, but the reality is with the current makeup of the legislature, both the House and the Senate, these bills may well pass, they may well continue to pass until the voters decide they've had enough and make a change. But it's very clear that the majority parties generally supports these type of restrictions. And those of us who are in the minority oppose them. And that's generally been the breakdown, with a few rare exceptions when these bills to further regulate the Second Amendment, the lawful ownership of firearms, come before the legislature. The breakdown, the votes are pretty clear. And so I would just say to the people of Colorado, if you believe in the Second Amendment, if you believe that restriction after restriction is an infringement on the Bill of Rights for people in this state, then take note. Take note of how the votes are breaking down, because we're going to have votes ultimately today. We're on second reading of this bill, so we largely debate the bill, but there will ultimately be votes on these bills as they continue to come before the legislature. And I have heard of at least two others that are coming through that are pretty similar in nature. They're sort of regulating different parts of firearms, or they're regulating, I would say, duplicative regulating in the area of ghost guns, because, ghost guns are not permitted under federal law. That was upheld by the U.S. Supreme Court even a couple years ago, is that the regulation of those, certainly at the federal level, was permissible. So that goes on, and yet we seem to feel like we need to keep passing additional bills around ghost guns, or around parts of firearms, or around printing of parts of firearms. And so I'll just wrap up at this stage by saying I think people should take a very careful look at this bill. And when you're looking at just one piece of legislation, you can say, well, that's not so bad. But the cumulative effect of bill after bill, of bills that are presented to close loopholes, I think the citizens of this state have a good reason to ask what we've been asking for many years now: when is it going to end? Are we just going to keep passing more laws? And what are we accomplishing with all of this? Are we actually getting at the lawbreakers? I have a hard time thinking that, unfortunately, the criminal element, if you want to call them that I presume this bill is targeted at, preventing people from engaging in parts of the sale or transfer of parts of firearms. They're going to engage in criminal activity or horrible crimes in this state, that they're going to look at this statute that we're contemplating here, if it's approved into law, Senate Bill 43, and they're going to say, well, wait a minute, we really shouldn't be doing this. This violates another law that the Colorado legislature has put into effect, and by golly, we're not going to do that. And that really, I think, gets at a threshold question a lot of legislators on our side of the aisle and a lot of citizens out there ask themselves, is this really going to stop the criminal activity that it's purportedly aimed at? And I just don't see it. I don't see those folks paying a whole lot of attention to another law or another regulation. And I know, again, it's a little off topic, but I do really think we need to get back to punishing the serious offenses in this state. And that's, I think, how we get at this. The objective here, instead of regulating lawful gun owners and transfers of parts of guns and so forth between even family members, maybe we ought to focus more on the root causes of the crimes that we want to deter. And it is interesting that there's one other thing on the fiscal note before I leave that. The fiscal note says there's no cost to this. So, of course, that's deals with the government side of the equation. So even if you believe there's no cost on the government side,
There's a cost. There's always a
there's
cost.
going to be a tremendous cost on the small businesses, and there's going to be a tremendous cost on the rights and the and actually the the time and effort of ordinary citizens out there and what they have to do. I mean, that's a cost too. So you can say, well, there's a zero fiscal impact of this bill. And quite frankly, I don't even think that's accurate because, think of the impact on law enforcement, on the legal system, because if you're actually going to go out there and enforce a law like this, who's going to be enforcing it? They're certainly not going to be enforcing it at no cost. I mean, I know in Douglas County, which I represent, the law enforcement folks have their hands full with many, what I would say, many more important legal activities than trying to find out whether people are, transferring gun parts between their family members or between other citizens, and whether they're properly going to a licensed firearm dealer before they do that, and whether they're properly filling out the forms that the Colorado Bureau of Investigation is going to provide. Is that really the sort of stuff that we want our legal officials, our law enforcement officials, to be spending their time monitoring? And if indeed they are monitoring it, what's going to be the cost of that? I mean, none of this is cost-free. I mean, we're just pretending with a fiscal note like that there's no cost even on the government side. I just don't find that persuasive. But again, there's clearly going to be tremendous cost on the private business owners. There's going to be economic impact of this type of legislation. And ultimately, I think, as we've heard from lawful firearms dealers in this state, at some point, they're going to close or move elsewhere. They're going to move somewhere, and this has happened in states around the country that I think have gotten out of control with over-regulating on Second Amendment issues. Those businesses move to another state. And so again, we're going to have another industry. We're going to have another industry in the state of Colorado that the governing party of this state, in my opinion, is targeting to drive out Here we have firearms dealers, but we've had oil and gas industry. We've had a major high-tech company, biggest public company in this state announcing they've left, they've gone to another state. So that you keep punishing different businesses and different industries and over-regulating and that type of thing, you have an impact. You have an impact on your state's economy. So, let's not pretend that this fiscal note is giving us an accurate reading of the cost. There are many, many different aspects of cost to a bill like this. And the ultimate irony, I think, is what's it going to accomplish at the end? I think the evidence is pretty slim on that, and some of the existing laws already in effect of a similar nature indicated in this fiscal note that one person in the entire state of Colorado has been prosecuted on a transfer, an unlawful transfer of a firearm. One person. So, how many are we going to actually be deterring or impacting with Senate Bill 43? So those are just a few of the issues. You've got the impact on the small businesses, the firearms dealers, you got the paperwork, you got an impact on families, lawful transfers between family members. You've got this whole issue of what's the impact of a bill like this going to be, what's it actually going to deter, and then finally, what's the cost of it all going to be to the citizens of this state, to the businesses of this state, and to the impact on the constitutional rights of folks. Right here, we keep passing more and more of these bills, and you have to ask that question: how much value are we putting on the constitutional rights of our citizens? So I strongly oppose this legislation and would urge my colleagues to vote against it, and look forward to as we offer amendments on it and so forth. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I will turn it over to my colleague from Woodland Park.
Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When I entered the legislative body 7 years and 2 months ago, and we see the gun control ideas come through every year, multiple times. But it was long ago, it was years ago, that we left what could be considered common sense, reasonable care for regulation on firearms. Now we're down to a barrel, one where a bill that recommends that the Colorado Bureau of Investigation create a form for federally licensed firearms dealer to record a sale or transfer of a firearm barrel, and that the only way to purchase that firearm barrel would be in person through a federally licensed firearm dealer. Just the barrel. Every time I see an idea come across for regulating firearms, I always look for and typically find that the restrictions will be on the people of the state of Colorado and not on the government of the state of Colorado. So very specifically, that happens with this bill, as typically happens. It says this section does not apply to the sale or transfer of a firearm barrel to a federal, state, or local law enforcement agency, or the sale or transfer of a firearm barrel to the United States military, or the sale or other transfer of ownership of a firearm barrel if the sale or other transfer of ownership is to an authorized representative of a city and county, a county, state, or federal government. So the restriction is on we the people and not on any government entity. That's important to understand. Now, there's a lot of talk, even in the introduction by the sponsor of this bill, of why this is not an infringement on the people's right to bear arms. I want to read an article from The Hill, and it's relevant. This was written first day of April of 2021 because it was prompted by a shooting here in Colorado. It says following the recent tragic shooting at the grocery store in Boulder, Colorado, President Biden joined a chorus of congressional Democrats demanding strict gun control legislation, including a ban on guns, commonly referred to as assault weapons. And we can ban assault weapons and high-capacity magazines in this country. Once again, Biden said, I got that done when I was a senator, and we should do it again. Putting aside whether restricting gun ownership or for lawful citizens is effective public policy, it isn't. Questions remain about the extent of the power of the government to impose gun laws in light of the Second Amendment. The Constitution guarantees that, quote, a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. A plain reading of the Second Amendment ought to be enough to stop nearly all federal gun laws. Read that again. A plain reading of the Second Amendment ought to be enough to stop nearly all federal gun laws. I would say all state gun laws as well. But over the past century, courts and scholars have watered down the Bill of Rights with convoluted arguments that contradict the overwhelming historical evidence that's still available to us. The truth is, the intentions of those who debated, wrote, and passed the Second Amendment are clear. The purpose of the amendment is to protect individual liberty by, in part, stopping the government from instituting gun restrictions of any kind, because America's founders wanted to ensure citizens had the ability to defend themselves against a tyrannical national government and other domestic threats, as well as from foreign invaders. I'll remind that I just read directly out of the bill that the Second Amendment is intended to give people the liberty, the individuals, we the people, the liberty to own weapons that would stop the government from instituting any kind of tyranny. And yet here in the bill, it says only the people will be restricted and not the government. Evidence of this view can be found in the Second Amendment itself.
Overreached in the finest.
First, there are no except clauses in the text. It simply says that the right to bear arms shall not be infringed. And second, although the text does first reference militias, in the period in which the Bill of Rights was passed, as well as throughout the entire history of the American colonies, militias were composed of individual citizens in a given community who owned guns, farmers, blacksmiths, tradesmen, etc. And in 18th century America, militias could not have existed without individual gun rights. The two concepts were inextricably tied together. And the argument that the Second Amendment's writers intended to restrict individual gun ownership, but not gun ownership by militias, makes no sense in the historical context. Additionally, note that the justification for the Second Amendment included in the text is that it is necessary for the security of a free state. Preserving the free state is at the heart of the Second Amendment, not hunting or self-defense. And one of the biggest perceived threats to freedom in the founding era was a powerful government. And that's why James Madison, the father of the Constitution, wrote in the Federalist Papers that being armed is an advantage that the Americans possess over the people of almost every other nation. notwithstanding the military establishments in the several kingdoms of Europe, Madison wrote, which are carried as far as the public resources will bear, the governments are afraid to trust the people with arms. I'll read that one again. It's so important. Notwithstanding the military establishments in the several kingdoms of Europe, Madison wrote, which are carried as far as the public resources will bear, the governments are afraid to trust the people with arms. So reflected in this bill. Madison's Federalist Papers are made even more remarkable by the fact that the passage above was written in the context of trying to convince people that they should not fear the creation of a federal government. The whole point Madison was making is that armed militias and local governments are a deterrent against an authoritarian national force. To suggest that Madison held this view, but then also believed the Second Amendment gave the government the authority to decide who can own a weapon and what type of weapon is safe enough for a military use, would render Madison's arguments in the federal papers completely devoid of reason. There's also ample evidence from various other letters, speeches, and state conventions in the 18th, early 19th centuries that illustrate that the founders believed the Second Amendment protects individual gun rights and that those rights are important for stopping tyrannical governments, including the federal government. An example in Massachusetts, for example, in Massachusetts, Samuel Adams said that a Bill of Rights should include a guarantee that the Constitution never be construed to authorize Congress or us to prevent the people of the United States who are peaceable citizens from keeping their own arms. In a passage about the Second Amendment, early Supreme Court Justice Joseph Story, who was nominated by President Madison, wrote, "The militia is the natural defense of a free country against sudden foreign invasions, domestic insurrections, and domestic usurpations of power by rulers, by us." The notion that the federal government has the power to impose gun control laws is an invention of the 20th century, when progressive judges, rather than applying the law as it had always been understood, decided to rubber stamp unconstitutional gun restrictions in the name of public safety. Until the 20th century, almost no one questioned the plain meaning of the Second Amendment. That's why the first federal gun control law wasn't passed until 1934 under President Franklin Roosevelt. You might think that the Second Amendment is outdated and that the founding fathers were wrong to be afraid of tyrannical federal government. But if you want Congress or Colorado legislature to impose gun restrictions, the only truly constitutional way of doing so is by repealing or altering the Second Amendment, not reinterpreting its meaning to contradict everything the people who passed it into law believed. We are going down a wrong-headed direction, one that is by any common sense analysis, in conflict with the meaning and the intent of the founders of this nation when they put our Bill of Rights together. We need to jealously guard those rights, because we've seen over history when those rights are not in place. And this picky-unish little detail of let's control one component of firearms just tells you just how far down the path that we've gone. Members, we need to vote against this kind of a over-the-top suggestion, because what could possibly be next? I ask myself that every year. And this is what could possibly be next. But what would happen next time? Who knows? We've gone way beyond common sense. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members. We're having a good discussion about Senate Bill 43, the deals with the read the title for those who are watching in, concerning the regulation of firearm barrel transfers and in connection therewith, creating a criminal penalty for the unlawful sale of a firearm barrel. Now, members, I've been in the legislature far longer than I would have ever dreamt, quite frankly. It was not my intent to be here as long as I've been here. But this is my 18th session, for better or worse. And I've seen a lot of bills, a lot of pieces of legislation, and over my over the tenure of my legislative career, and I'm not making this up, of all of the bills and pieces of legislation that people have come to me. We all get emails. We have town hall meetings that people bring ideas to us, or they bring their concerns to us, and so forth. And rightfully so, about good traditional issues, be it roads and bridges, and funding for schools, agricultural issues, financial issues, business issues, labor issues. The list goes on and on and on, and even firearms issues. There's some has been well documented here. People are rightfully concerned about protecting their Second Amendment rights that are, quite frankly, being chipped away all the time by the legislature. But in all of my years, I have never, and even as recently as this session, but I've never, ever, ever had somebody come to me, one of my constituents, and said, Senator Liston or Representative Liston, you need to do something about the transfer of a firearm barrel. A citizen goes in there, you need to make that a criminal offense, because I feel so threatened that my neighbor has transferred, or I've heard that my neighbor got a new barrel on his firearm. He had owned a rifle for 20 or 30 or 40 years, and he decided that, upon good advice, that he needed a new barrel. And by God, now that needs to go through a federally licensed gun dealer and all of the paperwork that goes with that, because I now feel threatened because my neighbor wants to get a new barrel on his .22 long rifle, or his .222, or his hunting rifle, because I now feel threatened. We need to pass a law that will criminalize somebody going and getting a new barrel.
All right. If this piece of metal, offends you, or, does anything threatens you, there's something wrong. This piece of metal can't really do anything. And I think that's what this senator is trying to say, is that this is a ridiculous piece to regulate here in Colorado. This is all it is right here, and you can't do anything. It's just sitting there. It'll be a paperweight. So
they're watching this. If you are duly concerned about the transfer of a barrel, and that it needs to go through a federally licensed firearms dealer, if you feel threatened, would you please email me? I would like to know that. Or call me at my office. So now, members, what we have, we're rightfully concerned, as we should be, the conditions of our roads that here in Colorado are absolutely horrific. That's been talked about. That's what we hear from our constituents, that our roads and our bridges and our transportation infrastructure is crumbling. That's where people really get hurt, is that
Senator, I'm going to redirect you back to Senate Bill 43, please.
I am. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is that people are concerned about that, but I don't hear them contacting me or any of my other colleagues about Senate Bill 43. So I am redirecting, but thank you. I do appreciate that. The funding for our schools, people are rightfully concerned, legitimately concerned. Do we have enough money to take care of our education needs? But no, we're spending time. What is more important is that we're spending time, energy, and money to criminalize the sale of a firearm barrel. That is more important, Mr. Chairman and colleagues. That is the most important thing that we should be concerned with, certainly here today, than funding for our schools and taking care of our educational needs, because it is a massive problem. It's a huge problem of transferring a barrel that needs to go through a federally, which, by the way, members, I could be mistaken and correct me, but most of the firearms dealers in my community, El Paso County, they are not licensed, federally licensed firearms dealers. Now they're licensed and they're honest, law-abiding citizens, but to be a federally, somebody else might talk about this, correct me if I'm wrong, but to be a class, I think it's a class 3 federally licensed firearms dealer, you have to go through extra rigmarole and all that, because not just any firearms dealer, gun store, whatever, can be a class 3 federally licensed. So that in itself is going to make it a problem, because when I think of some of the gun dealers in El Paso County, I'm fairly certain that most of them are not class 3 federally licensed firearms dealers. So when I decide, or my neighbor decides, it's not all the time that you decide to replace a barrel. I own several long guns, and in all the years that I've owned a long gun, which has been 30, 40 years or so, Scouts Honor, I have never replaced a barrel, not once. And so when my neighbor decides, or if I decide, now then I've got to go to a federally licensed firearms dealer. The only one that I can think of that's fairly well known is called Dragon Man. It's out in eastern El Paso County. Some of you may know where it is. If you do, raise your hand. I think, yeah, it's well known. He runs a very clean operation, a very legal operation. But now then, if I decide to replace the barrel on my Mauser, which is now, gosh, that Mauser that I have, I believe is, gosh, it's close to 65, 70 years old. So I've got to go all the way out to eastern El Paso County, versus I cannot go to the firearms dealer who is about a mile away. So that in itself is going to be a fairly major imposition. But if I did go unknowingly to the firearms dealer down on Fillmore, it's called the Shooting Den, and they replace the barrel, they would get into trouble. I would get into trouble. I would be arrested. And according to this, to the fiscal note, let me look it up here, Mr. Chairman. I believe on the fiscal note on this, it is going to be a class 1 misdemeanor. I believe subject to a fine of $500 and up to 30 days in jail. So, you know, knock on wood, I'm a pretty law-abiding citizen. Most of my neighbors, virtually all of my neighbors are law-abiding citizens. I can just imagine is that I've taken my my rifle in to have the barrel replaced, and unknowingly, the firearms dealer is not a federally licensed, but they've been doing this type of thing for years because this store that I mentioned has been in business for probably 30, 40 years. So they get in trouble, I get in trouble, I'm in jail now. And my neighbor says, gosh, Larry, what are you in jail here for? Well, I just went into the firearms store to get my barrel replaced, and I'm now here for 2 weeks or 30 days, and I've been fined $500. I had no idea. Well, but what about our roads and bridges? What about what about our deficit, Senator? Well, I don't know. All I can say is that I'm in jail because I just happened to go in and I inadvertently did the wrong thing to have the barrel replaced on my .22 long rifle. Well, man, you're a real threat to society, Senator Liston. So members and the audience, they're listening to this, you know, here Colorado is faced with an $800 million to $1 billion shortfall in our budget. You know, I don't know how, you know, give due credit to the JBC members who are trying to figure this out. And yet, the most important thing that we have to deal with is making sure that we criminalize the transfer or replacing a barrel on a long gun. And it has to be a federally licensed firearms dealer. It can't be somebody who's, they don't sell machine guns and they don't, you know, they just sell ordinary long guns for hunting and for target practice and so forth. No, it's got to be a federally licensed dealer, which just makes it all the more difficult. You know, here in Colorado, it was just in the newspapers last week that a major company, I think one of my colleagues said it just a few minutes ago, one of the major technology companies, Palantir, is leaving the state of Colorado to move to Texas because of the difficult and the anti-business environment that they faced here in Colorado. So instead of being worried about why we're losing a major company like Palantir, and they're not the only ones, companies in downtown Denver where we're located, about a third or more of the real estate in downtown Denver, members, is vacant because companies are no longer willing or able or can afford to be in Denver. So companies like Palantir and others are saying, we're going to a more hospitable environment in Texas or Tennessee or South Dakota or Alabama. But no, we've got to prove to the world that we're not only hostile to business, but by God, if you want to replace your barrel on your long gun, we are going to criminalize that, and we're going to haul you to jail because you decided one day upon the advice of a friend or a relative that, you know, that barrel that you've had on your long gun for 20 or 30 or 40 years, that needs to be replaced. And you say, well, I'm going to take it down to Joe's gun store down on Fillmore, and you take it in there, and Joe is now going to turn you over to the Colorado Bureau of Investigation or the police department and say, you are a dastardly evil criminal that you tried to replace the barrel on your long gun, and we're going to turn you into the authorities, and now you're going to be subject not only to a fine, but 30 days in jail. and that judge says, you're a danger to society, you need to spend 30 days in jail. How dare you replace your barrel on your long gun?
No, that's true.
Irrespective of the fact that we have other major problems, but know what is the most important problems. In fact, it is so important, members, that I see here that normally on a lot of our bills that we see is there's all kinds of co-sponsors and a co-prime. I don't see that on this bill. Apparently, people on maybe on this side of the aisle, they either were unwilling or unable. I don't see people lined up to put their name on this piece of legislation, which normally on a lot of other bills, they're more than willing to do. So in respect for people's time, members, I won't go on and on. I've hoped I've made my point, or the points that a bill of this nature, it's unneeded, it's unwise. People are more concerned about issues that really impact their lives and their fortunes and their livelihoods and their careers that should take much greater precedence than replacing and criminalizing the replacement of their barrel on their long gun because they decided to do it once every 10 or 20 years or whatever, and they didn't happen to go to a federally licensed dealership. So with that, I urge a no vote on Senate Bill 43. I appreciate the everybody in this chamber, all 35, well, maybe 33, no, maybe 30, maybe 20, no, maybe all 10 of us that are paying attention to this. But I appreciate, Mr. Chairman, your time and our consideration. And once again, members, I urge a no vote on Senate Bill 43. Thank you very much.
Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you to my colleague from Colorado Springs. He always has a unique way of laying out the challenges of different pieces of legislation. So I will, what I wanted to do though, here on Senate Bill 43, I think sometimes it's useful to actually read the bill language. And I want to read this section about the paperwork and regulatory requirement, both between the individual transferring or selling the barrel or part of a firearm, as well as what's going to have to be done by the business owner. So, because, you know, what I made the point earlier about how much information is going to be retained for 5 years at a minimum, and it may not register completely with people how much information we're talking about here. So if you want to make this transfer, again, you can't do it between family members. You can't do it outside of going to a registered firearm dealer. And so here's what the language actually says on what's going to have to be done. A federally licensed firearm dealer shall legibly record the following information pertaining to the sale or transfer of a firearm barrel on a form to be prescribed by the Colorado Bureau of Investigation. A, the date of the sale or transfer. B, the purchaser's or transferee's driver's license number or other official government identification number and the state or territory where it was issued. Then under item C, the make, model, and caliber of the firearm which the firearm barrel is designed for or used in. And then item D, the purchaser's or transferee's full legal name. Item E, the full legal name of the employee, even the employee who processed the sale or transfer of the firearm barrel, full legal name recorded on this form from the yet to be developed form, I should say, from the Colorado Bureau of Investigation. Then under item F, the purchaser's or transferee's full residential address and telephone number. And G, the purchaser's or transferee's date of birth. And paragraph 6 of the bill, as I indicated earlier, the federally licensed firearm dealer shall retain the records required pursuant to this section for at least 5 years, and a dealer that does not retain their records pursuant to this subsection is subject to the penalties described essentially in the statute created by this bill. And as we've discussed here, there's going to be penalties both on the transferee, or excuse me, on the person wishing to transfer the firearm barrel. If they don't comply with this whole regulatory regime, there are going to be penalties on the business that's going to have to fill out this paperwork and retain it. And in some cases, I suspect it's not going to be retained because, as I mentioned, you may well find some of these businesses will not even be around for 5 years, because at some point, with all of these new laws and regulations around lawful gun ownership in this state, restrictions on it, I should say, I think a lot of those businesses may well leave. So you'll have to track down those records. If you, to what purpose? I suppose in that very rare case where you have a suspected violation of this regulatory regime, as I mentioned earlier, in a very similar bill, they've prosecuted one person in the whole state of Colorado, and that's mentioned in the fiscal note. So I just thought it would be useful to read all the items that will be retained. And if folks think it's silly that a lot of citizens in this state and in this country are beginning to wonder what type of information the government wants to retain on them, this bill is certainly going to add fuel to the fire of those suspicions out there. And, let's keep in mind, if you keep infringing and regulating and ignoring, I would say, one provision of the Bill of Rights, you might one day find that some other portions of the Bill of Rights and of the Constitution get ignored as well, because when you keep setting a precedent, I know some people don't like the Second Amendment, but that's not what the Bill of Rights is all about. You may not like certain parts of it. You may not like it when people exhibit things under the First Amendment. They print things in the press, or they say things you don't like. But that's the point of the Bill of Rights, is it protects people's rights and liberties. If you start ignoring that with the Second Amendment, I think you have to ask yourself, how long is it going to be before you keep ignoring it on different amendments that maybe some folks don't like? And so to me, it's not about liking or not liking a particular provision of the Constitution, as long as it's been there and until it's amended. People who want to change the Second Amendment or want to make changes to our Constitution, the document allows for that. You just have to amend it. And it is a high hurdle, and for good reason, but it has been done on quite a number of occasions when warranted. So My view is until the constitutional provisions that some people may not like are amended, they stand, and they need to be defended by legislators. And so again, I just want to reiterate my opposition to Senate Bill 43 and continue to elaborate on the various problems that I see in it, both regulatory, cost on business, the burden on law-abiding citizens, and on gun ownership in this country and in the state of Colorado. And I think, you know, bill after bill, you have to look at the cumulative impact of all of this and ask yourself, what is the ultimate objective? And so I will wrap up my comments with that. And it's a good senator from Sterling.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to speak on the many reasons to oppose Senate Bill 43.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So when we were going through this bill a couple days ago, I was noticing parts of this where we're talking about in section 7 on page 4 and goes on to page 5 that the sale or transfer of firearm or firearm barrel to a federal, state, or local law enforcement agency, sale or transfer of a firearm barrel to a federal firearms license. C, the sale or transfer of a firearm barrel to United States military, the sale or transfer of a firearm barrel to a person who in the same transaction is separately purchasing firearm and undergoing a federal and state firearm background check. The sale or transfer of a firearm barrel to a federally licensed collector who's acquiring or being loaned from a firearm barrel of a firearm that is curio or relic, and that's defined in 27 CFR 8478.11. So I want to go all the way down here to G, where it says the sale or transfer of ownership of a firearm barrel if the sale or other transfer of ownership is in an authorized representative of a city and county, state, or federal government, an entity is acquiring the firearm barrel as part of an authorized voluntary program in which the entity is buying or receiving weapons from a private individual. I have an amendment on that one that will actually include active or former members of the United States military.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L001?
Amendment L001.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L001 to Senate Bill 43.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What it does is it just on line 26 on page 5, we're talking about just substituting individual and then adding H right after G, the sale or transfer of a firearm barrel to active or former members of the military, state, armed forces. Basically what we're saying is that we're going to allow veterans and active duty to be exempt and make sure that they're allowed to have these in this whole section here. And that's all we're asking to do is just making sure that we're taking care of our veterans. Our veterans have extensive experience with firearms. I know when I was in the military, I was qualified on several different firearms, and I just want to make sure that if I'm gonna change the barrel out on my 9mm that I was issued, I want to make sure that I'm able to do that without having to go through this whole thing. So that's what I'm just asking for an aye vote on L001.
Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As we've noted in the beginning part of that section there, the reason that barrels are allowed is because that is instruments that those individuals have to use in their line of work. These are military members who are going out into the field. That's why they're allowed. In this certain case, we need to be cognizant of the fact that, as I explained earlier, ghost guns are now being found at the site of suicides. 22 veterans take their lives every
Okay.
single day in the United States.
Tom Sullivan doesn't know
13
anything
of
about
them
firearms.
with firearms.
I think he
I've
has
had veterans in my office come to talk
data
about
on this stuff.
what can we do to help protect our veterans from themselves, and telling me about the times that they went over to their friend's house who they hadn't heard from in a couple of days, to find them in their bedrooms with a shotgun underneath of their chins, and they've blown their heads off.
You can't make
People
a
have,
ghost gun of a
veterans
shotgun. You can,
need
but
help,
it's a little bit harder.
and we need to do more of that. Not once did that individual say, you know what we need is more guns. Veterans aren't asking for more guns.
They're asking for more mental
And so
health,
for reasons
help,
like that,
not-
I would ask for a no on this.
not all the stuff you're saying. You're kind of retarded, Tom Sullivan. Sorry.
I
say that.
completely agree with the fact that veterans
retarded.
need more help, and that is to the detriment of the VA. The VA has really not done a good job on supporting veterans at all in the United States. I mean, once you leave the military, yeah, I mean, when I was in, they gave you a 2-week class to try to, what they called was deprogramming, or to get back into civilian life. And that's not a lot of time that you have, especially when you've gone through all this training. I mean, individuals who have received rigorous firearm training throughout their professional careers should be exempted from this bill. But the VA should really be talking about mental health and CNS and that sort of thing, and not taking away the chance to replace a barrel on the firearm that you were given by the military that you get to take home. I mean, that is something that I made sure that we all took an oath, and I know the good senator from Centennial took an oath as well, to make sure that we.
I would like to say, is that if someone really wants to hurt themselves, they're going to do that. If someone really wants to hurt someone, they're going to do that, no matter what kind of means it is. If we regulate firearm barrels, they're going to find something else, or continue using the firearm that they already have that they know the barrel needs to be replaced. So it's still, if there's a means, there's a way. And Tom Sullivan does not understand. Besides, let's regulate this crap. What he needs to understand is we need mental health help. That's what we need. We don't need any more regulations on crap. We need to focus our efforts on mental health, healthcare, education for any of this. Suicide prevention. So, that is the biggest key. But in eliminating things that could potentially harm, they're only going after guns. Well, you know what? Knives can do a big deal of damage. If someone really wants to hurt themselves, they can take a knife to their wrist and hurt themselves. Okay, there's been a lot of proven facts, a lot of proven data show people have done that because it was another means if they couldn't get something. Okay, Colorado doesn't understand and is not really aiming towards mental health care for people like that. Yes, people don't scream out for help. That's why you need to know your friends, know your loved ones, to see, even if they're not crying for help, knowing that they need help. There is a suicide prevention hotline people can call. Even people who are not suicidal, that is concerned of their family members and loved ones, can call to help them get their family members, loved ones, friends, the help that they need. It doesn't have to be someone that is actually suicidal to call that hotline. Anybody can if they're concerned about someone. So that's what everybody needs to do. I'm going to do this. Your family member or loved ones are in the middle of a crisis, or you know someone's on the verge.
A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be
Call
seated.
988.
The motion is for the adoption of Amendment
Okay.
L001.
So-
All those in favor, please stand and remain standing.
Take this number down. If you know any loved ones, friends that are on the verge of suicide or having a crisis, you can call this number to get them the help that they need. And it's a national number.
Please be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing. The chair is not in doubt. Amendment L001 is lost. Back to the bill. Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate everybody's time for that amendment. I thought it was a good one to make sure to allow veterans to keep their own barrels and make them exempt. I do really appreciate the time on that one, so I will be back talking about the bill in just a minute.
Senator Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I'm here to speak in opposition of Senate Bill 43. You know, I guess I'm not very well acquainted with how guns work and all that, other than the ones that I do have. They seem to work whenever I need them. But I was not aware that guns changed barrels. So this bill has helped educate me. But one of the things that I have noticed is that this bill has gotten an inordinate amount of emails to my office in opposition. There was nobody that sent me an email asking me to vote for this bill. I mean, I got dozens on top of dozens on top of dozens of emails asking me to vote no, and a lot of different emails that gave out compelling stories as to why not. But you know, when I started here today, I started by telling you that I wasn't aware that guns changed barrels and, you know, those kind of things. So I went and talked to some of the people in my district. I did find an individual that is a competitive shooter, and he shoots long range, really long range competition. And he told me that, depending on how many times the gun was fired or where it was fired, some of those kind of things, that he did have to change barrels on his competition rifles, maybe as often as 6 months, which was a surprise to me, but I guess as many rounds as that he might shoot downrange, I can see where that might happen, particularly where they have to be so very, very precise with how it's slided in and with the points that they can score in regards to long-range shooting. I did talk to a couple of guys that shoot competitive shotguns. They mentioned the same thing, that on some of their weapons, they change the barrel maybe once a year, depending on how many competitions they've been in. So what I'm trying to get at is this is probably not going to affect really a large number of people in the state of Colorado. Maybe some people that their hobby is in shooting, but I wouldn't expect many hunters that hunt once a year, or they sight their rifle in, they go hunting, if they get a chance to shoot or not. A lot of times hunting for me was hiking with a gun. But the point I'm trying to make is that we're passing legislation that impacts us all, when I'm not sure why we are aiming at a specific number of people, a very small number of people, with the idea that we're going to make a big change in our communities here in Colorado. I don't think this is the bill that will do that. That's one of the reasons that I'm concerned, and I ask a number of times, and my caucus will do the same thing. I noticed in the bill that the effective date is that this bill will go into law on July 1, 2026. It applies to offenses committed on or after that date. Makes me wonder why we are hurrying to do this bill, but we haven't hurried in some of the gun control bills that we have passed. We still are not going to be able to get classes in order to get approval to buy a weapon with a long magazine. The other question that I have, and this is something that is not, I'm not being the smart aleck about this one, but the safety clause is in it.
All right. Going to take a little break here about what's Senate Bill 43. Big Hoss is going to come back on here in just a few minutes to go over the rest of SB 26-043, records keeping and regulating of firearms, sale of firearm barrels. So please come back and watch more and to see the conclusions of SB 26-043. Hopefully we'll get a no vote today. Finally, since Monday, they were supposed to talk about this. So, okay, never mind. Big Hoss will be on here in just a few minutes, so we'll continue with this while he's on.
We're using the safety clause on a bill that is not going to impact very many people that I can tell. And are we at risk here in the state of Colorado because of barrels? I can't draw the coalition between the two. So this is one I wish there would have been a petition clause. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Senator Zamora Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I will point out that I am a veteran, served 25 years protecting and defending the Constitution, and I do want more weapons. Colleagues, fellow Coloradans, who cherish the freedoms upon which our great nation was founded, I rise today and vehemently oppose Senate Bill 26043. It's a piece of legislation that masquerades as a public safety measure, but in reality, it strikes at the very heart of our constitutional liberties. This bill, which mandates firearm barrels, simple components, mere tubes of metal, to be sold exclusively through federally licensed dealers who need special licensing, training, which increase costs. It bans private possession with intent to sell or transfer them, imposes burdensome 5-year record-keeping requirements. Again, increasing regulations on those dealers. And remember, we're the 6th most regulated state. What is the goal here? To get to number 1? This creates new misdemeanor offenses for violations. My colleagues on the other side are trying to decrease the number in their jails, and this is going to increase. Increase the number in jails, increase law enforcement manpower, increase the burden on our judicial staff. This the specifics of this bill's egregious flaws, its monetary costs, non-monetary burdens, and unintended consequences on the taxpayers, avid gun hobbyists, gun shops, gun owners, and all who support the Second Amendment. Allow me to take a moment to remind us all of why the Second Amendment exists in the first place. Our founding fathers, those incredible visionary patriots who risked everything to birth a nation free from the shackles of monarchy and arbitrary rule, inscribed this right not as a mere suggestion, but as a fundamental bulwark against oppression. Going back to the late 18th century, to the gun-smoke rooms of Philadelphia where the Constitution was forged, and to ratify the conventions where the Bill of Rights was demanded and secured. The Second Amendment states plainly, a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Why did men like George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, James Madison, and Alexander Hamilton deem this so essential? It was born from the bitter lessons of the Revolutionary War, where colonial militiamen, ordinary farmers, blacksmiths, and merchants stood against the might of the British Empire because they had the arms to do so. Washington himself, in his address to the Congress in 1790, emphasized that a free people ought not only to be armed, but disciplined. He understood that an armed citizenry is the ultimate check on government excess, a deterrent to would-be tyrants who might seek to disarm the populace, as King George III attempted through his infamous gunpowder seizures. Gunpowder seizures, a component, and other arms embargoes. Jefferson, in a letter to William Smith in 1787, warned that the tree of liberty must be refreshed from time to time with the blood of patriots and tyrants. He saw the right to bear arms as intrinsic to self-defense, not just against foreign invaders, but against domestic threats to liberty. Madison, the architect of the Bill of Rights, argued in Federalist Paper number 46 that the advantage of being armed, which Americans possess over the people of almost every other nation, forms a barrier against the enterprises of ambition. And Hamilton echoed this in Federalist number 28, noting that if the government were to overstep, the people could take up arms in defense of their rights. These men had witnessed the Stamp Act, the intolerable acts, and the quartering of troops in private homes. They knew that disarmament precedes subjugation. History has a plethora of examples, from ancient Rome's disarmament of conquered peoples to the British attempts in the colonies. The Second Amendment was crafted to ensure that no government, federal or state, could strip away this natural right. It protects not just hunting and sports, but the very essence of sovereignty, the ability of the people to resist tyranny. As Patrick Henry thundered during the Virginia Ratifying Convention, guard this with jealous attention, the public liberty. Suspect everyone who approaches that jewel. This bill, Senate Bill 26043, does exactly that. It approaches that jewel with a chisel and hammer, chipping away at our freedoms under the guise of safety. And now let us turn to the cold, hard facts of this bill and why it must be rejected. Proponents may claim it's a minor regulations, it's reasonable, and we've seen these reasonable notions continuing to chip away at our right. Regulations aimed at curbing crime, but the fiscal note itself admits minimal stated impacts with zero new revenue or expenditures starting from fiscal year 26 through 27. And yet this ignores the creeping cost of enforcement, the workload for the CBI to create and manage new forms, the judicial resources tied up in prosecuting these new misdemeanors, and the potential for budget overruns in a state already grappling with an $850 million to $1 billion shortfall. Colorado taxpayers, you and I included, will bear these monetary costs, our hard-earned dollars, meant for fixing potholes on I-70 and funding our schools or bolstering wildfire response, will instead fuel this nanny state expansion. It's a diversion of resources from real priorities to a law that offers no proven safety benefit. Criminals do not shop at licensed dealers. They operate in the shadows, and this bill will not eliminate that. But the costs are not just financial. We have non-monetarily eroded fiscal accountability as government balloons, wasted tax dollars breeds cynicism, paving the way for higher taxes or cuts in essential services to cover the hidden compliance burdens. Imagine a family in rural Colorado, already stretched thin, prioritizing symbolic gestures over substantive solutions. This bill doesn't stop crime. It punishes the innocent and burdens the taxpayer. Or how about the avid gun hobbyists among us? Spirit of self-reliance. For them, the monetary costs are stark. Several hundred here and there for per barrel in transfer fees from the FFL, plus the time or online sales are outlawed. Customizing a rifle for better accuracy or repairing a family heirloom just got more expensive. Looking at the non-monetary costs, it's a profound loss of freedom. That has a huge magnitude to it, a huge magnitude in the costs. The joy of tinkering at home, gunsmithing, innovating without Big Brother's oversight. Mandatory dealer involvement invades privacy through records that could be hacked, leaked, or misused for future political witch hunts. We've seen it before. Government databases become tools for harassment. We've seen where government databases can be hacked. In 2014, the military has a database that was hacked by China. This is a database that had all of the military's members when they apply for classified programs, top secret, very sensitive information. Each member dealing with their finances, family, going all the way back to their college roommates, was hacked. I was one of those people that was negatively impacted by that breach. Unintended consequences ripple out. It'll cause fewer hobbyists, mean a diminished community that promotes responsible gun culture. This is attacking the people that you don't want to attack. Gun owners are responsible. So some skirt the law by buying out of state, risking felonies, or simply quit, leaving a void where mentorship and safety training once thrived. This bill stifles the very ingenuity that our founders celebrated. Men like Benjamin Franklin, who tinkered with inventions to advance liberty. Gun shops, those small businesses run by FFL dealers who are the backbone of our outdoor economy.
Hello, everyone. I'm taking over for Flying Hawaiian.
Monetarily, there's no state funding to offset the administrative expenses of 5-year record
Sorry
keeping,
for the wait.
form compliance, and increased liability. That collect So picture the mom and pop shops in Pueblo or Grand Junction where the owner juggles inventory, customers, and now endless paperwork. Time spent on CBI mandated forms. It's time not spent advising a first-time buyer on safe handling. Non-monetarily, this turns entrepreneurs into unwilling government agents, burdened by more red tape and oversight. It's demoralizing and detracting from the pride of running a business that supports the Second Amendment values. And unintended consequences, we have slower sales as customers balk at the hassles, or worse, a shift to the black market dealings that undercut legitimate commerce. Rural dealers are already on thin margins. They might pause and leave the community without local access to lawful firearms and fostering economic deserts. This isn't progress. It's regression, echoing the overregulation that our founders fled in England, where guilds and royal charters stifled free enterprise. For everyday gun owners, hunters, sport shooters, and those who keep a firearm for home defense, the hits keep coming. Monetarily, it's the added fees and costs for barrel replacements, with buyers now required to be 18 and firearm eligible, introducing verification delays that could strand a hunter in mid-season. Replacing it shouldn't require a pilgrimage to an FFL and a wallet-draining fee. And non-monetarily, this chills the exercise of the Second Amendment rights through fear of tracking. It treats owners as presumptive criminals for possessing basic parts, fostering an atmosphere of suspicion. Unintended consequences are dire. Owners might delay maintenance, leading to unsafe firearms, sourcing barrels from illicit channels while law abiders face scrutiny. And this breeds distrust in government, much like the colonists' resentment towards British searches and seizures. As John Adams defended the Boston Massacre soldiers, he reminded us that arbitrary laws erode the social compact. And for all those who support the Second Amendment, patriots from all walks of life, including minorities and low-income families who rely on affordable self-defense, the costs are existential. They have a huge magnitude of impact. Monetarily, it's indirect donations to legal fights against this bill, or the economic drag on Colorado's gun industry, which supports jobs and revenue. And non-monetarily, it's an assault on core liberties. The Second Amendment safeguards against tyranny, yet this bill erodes it piecemeal by regulating components, setting precedents for broader bans on magazines, triggers, stocks. It's death by 1,000 cuts. And looking at those unintended consequences, it alienates those who need protection most. Like me, look at me. What do I weigh? 110 pounds, little me. And my daughter, who is 24 and weighs 85 pounds.
That is a very good point. I mean,
It
people
raises
that small need
barriers. It
protection too.
increases barriers
And
to entry
guns are an
and driving
equalizer to all.
activism underground or out of state. Anti-gun lobbies grow bolder, while our Second Amendment our pro-Second Amendment voice weakens. Think of the woman in bureaucracy. As Madison warned, encroachments on rights must be resisted at the onset. In expounding on these points, I cannot help but draw parallels to history. The founding fathers created the Second Amendment amid fears of a standing army. And today we face a standing bureaucracy. Jefferson's Declaration lists grievances, including quartering large bodies of armed troops among us. And now it's quartering regulators on our gun safes. In Federalist number 84 argued against the Bill of Rights. Initially, it might imply unenumerated powers, but yielded to ensure explicit protections. We must honor that by rejecting incremental broader implications. If barrels today, what tomorrow? Ammunition? Springs? This bill exemplifies overreach. No safety gains at freedom's expense, while criminals simply bypass it. And you know that's true. You know that's true. Studies show gun control doesn't reduce crime. Chicago's strict laws haven't curbed violence, and yet here we are, layering more restrictions on the law-abiding. I know families who have handed down arms that their relatives had used generations prior, antiques, part of history, part of our American legacy, heirlooms. And under this bill, swapping a barrel becomes a federal affair, dishonoring such legacies of self-sufficiency. Once again, another bad bill that infringes our rights. And I look around and I see free. We need, the people, to engage on this and voice to protect it at all costs. In conclusion, SB 26043 is unconstitutional. I keep hearing that it's not. It is unconstitutional, unnecessary, and un-American. It burdens taxpayers with costs, hobbyists with fees, and loss of freedom. Shops burdened with red tape, owners with scrutiny, and supporters erode right to preserve the republic of our founders and what they envisioned, a land where liberty, not regulations or legislation, reigns supreme. Thank you.
Minority Leader Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
That was a great speech, actually.
welcome to some of the guests in the gallery up there too. So again,
Minority Leader Simpson.
I was just
There,
waving.
th- there is
waving at him.
there's a $1 fine coming from the side of the chamber.
I heard that.
Please go ahead and proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Majority Leader. So again, Senate Bill 43. So I thought I'd start at the beginning and try to work through some of the language in the bill. So what we're doing is adding into the revised statute a new section, 1812-118. So Article 18 is the criminal code. 12 is offenses relating to firearms and weapons. So that kind of sets the stage. So this new section says unlawful purchase or sale of a firearm barrel, the penalty and definitions. So as used in this section, unless the context otherwise requires, there's a definition of a firearm barrel. Means tube through which a projectile or shot charge is fired. A firearm barrel includes any forging, a casting, a printing, an extrusion, a machined body, or a similar article. So I'm not sure what similar articles might capture, similar to a forging, or similar to a cast, or similar to a printing, or similar to an extrusion.
All
or
of those
similar-
can
similar to a
describe like
machined
plumbing
body
parts.
that covers a broad spectrum of possibilities. But to carry on, a similar article that has reached a stage in manufacture where it may readily be completed. That seems like wish list of trying to figure out what readily be completed means. And I'll preface this with, I've been a responsible gun owner since I was 13 years old. And like one of the other senators referenced, I've never replaced the barrel on my shot, my rifle, pistol. I've never been in this space. It's been a bit of a learning walking through this bill. So any of those pieces can readily, where it may readily be completed, assembled, or converted to be used as a firearm barrel. So it covers a broad spectrum, trying to figure out if I have tubing at home that has the potential to be readily be completed as a firearm barrel, does that fit in the definition? Seems a little problematic. It goes on to say a firearm barrel may have a rifled or smooth bore. Then there's a section of firearm barrel does not include a firearm barrel that is permanently attached or affixed to a firearm. Thank you for that. So the heart of the bill, really the next few says about it is unlawful for a person to sell or transfer a firearm barrel. We defined what a firearm barrel is, unless the person selling or transferring the firearm barrel is a federally licensed firearm dealer and the sale or transfer occurs in person. I'm trying to think through, like if I needed a barrel for my 30-06 today, or my Browning pump action shotgun, in my mind, I would just get a hold of Browning, the manufacturer, Winchester, and contact them about what's the process to replace my. In theory, I think I would just go to them and purchase the replacement barrel. I'm not sure that's doable. Never worked in that space, or it's got to the point you can buy anything you want on Amazon, it seems like. I think as described in here, I would no longer be able to do that. The definition says, no, I actually have to go to FFL. But there was reference, and when I read an email from a constituent this morning, there was a reference of serializing barrels. There's not here, serialization of the barrel. But then, like, if we're not serializing them, how like, how do you track, how do you know? How do you track? I have barrels that, if I had barrel replacements at my home and they're not serialized, how is there enforcement capability here that law enforcement doesn't know? I didn't buy it in person. I went across at Cabela's. I'm not sure enforceable the language in the bill is, and ultimately trying to figure out what exactly is it we're trying to accomplish. And if you them, at least there's a traceability about them. And I'm not suggesting we do this by any stretch of the imagination, but to just have one and not have a record of it somewhere in Colorado that demonstrates that I was the
everyone,
one
welcome
that bought it
tuning
at
in.
an FM.
Hello, everyone.
Then potentially, in some instance, I guess,
Right now we have
whoever I got it from
incompetent
under the
people talking,
definitions in this policy is
talking about the
breaking the
core of
law.
this bill, and
So it seems rather challenging in this space of trying to figure out how do I just simply maintain my firearms. And again, I'm not one that shoots 1,000 rounds. Other folks certainly operate in that space. So it's trying to think about how it might impact me or others that, that I represent. It just seems cumbersome. And I spoke earlier about it. I think you end up really just targeting law-abiding citizens, and those that wish to break the law and choose not to follow will continue to do so. So I just wanted to highlight a few of the challenges from my perspective in what the bill is intending to do and how enforceable it is. Again, I'm not sure why we think just creating a report somewhere that somebody had a transaction to purchase a firearm barrel in the grand scheme of things really helps us in the public safety space. So I still continue to be challenged by the bill and continue to be in opposition to Senate Bill 26043. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah,
Senator Sullivan.
there's no way to enforce this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can maybe help with some of those questions they're asking that I've heard here. Nobody's coming to your house to take inventory of what you have now and check it with what's going to be legal after the 1st of July. What you have now is what you have now. We have grandfathered in, so you don't have to come and show anybody what it is you're going to do. So that, again, is not a concern for somebody. And there's nowhere in the bill where it says that be a concern. Second is that online sales, and this was a story that we heard about how far maybe they would have to go to get a specialized barrel. You can go to that one that's only a mile from your house. You order it from the place where you normally get it from. They mail it to the FFL that's a mile from your house. You go there, you pick it up. The added charge, I guess, would be for the mailing. There's no other charge. It's the same that you would pay had you bought it online. Same thing, private. What we're
also
trying
paying
to
for gas.
do is to eliminate these parking lot sales. You want to sell your firearm barrels, you're going to do it inside of an FFL, which in the parking lot is probably one of the stores that's in the mall that you're standing in front of. So just walk inside and go ahead and do it there. I mean, a lot of this stuff is really self-explanatory, and they're looking for problems. It's all laid out. What one of the big points of this is to give space. We already explained. Again, I can pull it out and we can go through the Supreme Court hearing that they just had in 2025 with AG Bondi, clarifying what the terminology there meant. We can go and go back to the court that clarified language that we had before. We can continue to bring it up again. Not going to stop you from saying it's unconstitutional, but the lawyers have said that it's not. But the other part that we're trying to do is give that space. This is very similar to a 3-day waiting period. Of course, do you agree with that? You think you instantaneously need firearms for whatever the reason is? We are trying to make sure that the most lethal means of someone having the ability to take their own lives is a firearm. It's undisputable. It's undisputable.
They could do the same with the
And so
knife.
if
Are they
we can
going to put a
keep that
3-day
space
waiting
moved
period on
out
knives?
to somewhere to make it safer. And that's the point with the 3D and the barrels.
I didn't
They
catch
can't
what you originally
order it
said.
online, so it's sitting there waiting for
Wait,
them. And
what?
this is what's happening. We're finding 3D printed firearms
You broke up
at
some, Hoss.
scenes
What'd you say?
of suicides. Remind you, the increase in suicides going up 6%. In states where there are stronger gun regulations, that number is even higher. Colorado is at the top of those lists of states that are doing what we feel and the people of the state of Colorado have asked us to do.
And you're
So,
second highest
people
in
who
crime.
are in the mindset at that moment
Yep.
that they have nothing to live for, we're trying to put some space in there so that we can figure out, they can figure out how they can stay with us.
Senator Pelton R.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to make a point on a couple things that was said by the sponsor. I had a FFL leave, take his gun shop, move it to Kansas, and is no longer in the state of Colorado, down in the southeast corner. That left those residents 50 miles at a minimum to an FFL. So it's not just a mile away. It's an issue out in rural Colorado. My district has no malls. So we need to remember and realize this state is very diverse. Our districts are very diverse. This bill
Those are very
is
good points.
a direct attack on rural Colorado.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Zamora Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When it comes to the comment about increase in suicides, we need
When it comes to the increase of suicides, maybe you should look into your
I have a minute.
psychiatric system, your mental health system.
There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffler, will you please read L002?
Amendment L002, amend printed bill.
Senator Zamora Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L002 to SB 26043.
So move to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I rise in support of Amendment L002, and what this amendment does is it exempts current and former law. As we know, peace officers undergo extensive firearm training.
I want to apologize everyone for the
qualify
occasional buffering. I don't know
regularly,
what's
they carry
going on, but
professionally.
um,
They are entrusted with life
It's
and
happening.
death authority in defense of our communities. So we rely on their judgment every single day. And if we trust them to carry firearms in public service, don't you think we should trust them to purchase a lawful component part in their private lives without additional bureaucratic interference. This bill regulates a non-lethal component, a barrel. By itself, it cannot discharge ammunition. It is not a serialized receiver. It is not a standalone weapon. Yet we impose additional transfer mandates. This objective is achieved by forcing a retired sheriff's deputy to complete an in-person dealer supervised transaction to purchase a barrel. The Second Amendment does not evaporate upon retirement or discharge. In fact, the Second Amendment shouldn't be infringed upon for any, especially our law enforcement. So
Very
this
much so.
amendment respects
Um,
professional training,
They protect us.
public
They should be able
service.
to protect
It ensures
themselves.
consistency. It
Yep.
ensures honor and respect. It ensures law enforcement gets the components they need, both on duty and off duty. It prevents
and
unnecessary
everyone should
government
be able to protect
intrusion,
themselves.
allows our officers to carry out their
Yeah.
duty without impediment. I ask for your support.
Senator. Thank you. 002, Senate Bill 43. I feel like we're just trying to interject a little bit of common sense that might have been overlooked in the bill as it was developed, and want to make sure that we've addressed those points. I feel like Amendment L002 is definitely a common sense adjustment that can happen that might have been just an oversight. I want to give credit to the thoroughness of the bill, but in ways that we can make an improvement, let's do that. I would like to begin also by acknowledging that this bill already exempts federal, state, and local law enforcement agencies. The sponsors recognize that law enforcement has a legitimate institutional need for those components. This amendment asks us to take the next logical step to recognize that the training, the vetting, and the professional competence that justifies that institutional exemption do not disappear when an officer takes off the badge at the end of the shift, or when a veteran officer retires after decades of service. Consider that we require what we require of police officers in Colorado. In Colorado, peace officers must graduate from a post-approved academy that includes hundreds of hours of training, including firearms, safety, and detailed on arrest and use of force, passive background check, investigation, plus physical and psychological evaluations.
Sorry
And
about the
then
dog
maintain
barking.
their certification through ongoing annual training and firearm
Yeah, the dog
qualifications.
barks at anything.
Retired officers who carry under the Law Enforcement Officer Safety Act must qualify annually with a certified instructor under the same firearm standards applied to active officers in their state. These men and women are, by any objective measure, a most rigorously screened firearms handlers in our state. Yet under this bill, a retired Denver police detective with 25 years of service who wants to purchase a replacement barrel for a personal firearm is treated identically to someone with no training and no background check history. That's not a distinction rooted in evidence. It's a gap in the bill that this amendment closes in a real common sense fashion. There's also the practical dimension. Colorado has over 13,000 sworn officers and thousands of retirees. Many are active sports shooters and hunters who purchase replacement barrels for routine maintenance. Routing every one of those transactions through the new CBI paperwork system when these individuals have already been vetted far beyond what the system can verify is simply not efficient. It's bureaucracy for its own sake. This
Mhm.
amendment, L002, is
I
consistent
mean,
with the
just to
bill's
purchase a
existing
firearm, you already have to
exemption,
go through the
exemption
vetting
structure.
system.
Yeah.
It's
And
narrowly
once you're
limited.
done through that,
There
it
is no
shouldn't, that
cost
should
to
be
public
it.
safety, and it honors the service of the men and women who protect our communities every day. And I would urge my colleagues to vote yes on Amendment L02, as it follows the common sense within the bill. Thank you.
Senator Pelton R.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of L002. These people know all about gun safety. They know all the pieces and parts to a gun. That's part of their life. That's part of their equipment that keeps them safe when they're doing their job. I think it's only prudent that they would be exempted from this bill with this amendment. It makes a lot of sense. It is definitely an amendment that would help this bill. It's still going to be a troublesome bill, but at least this would make one population of our people in law enforcement, exempt from this. So with that, I urge support for L002.
Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would ask for a no vote on this, and I fully agree that we do have leaders who have this. And I believe that our leaders should lead, and that way they should tell the rest of the community that they're not any better than any of them, and they should all go through this together.
And I
The
think you should
motion
actually
is-
work for the people instead of
A
yourself.
division has been requested.
Yeah. I mean, because you know what? You know who else they're missing? What about military veterans who have been practically sleeping with their gun for several years? I mean, I don't see them getting exempted from it.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So, I mean, that last guy kind of had a good point. If you can't just treat one group of people special, you should take everyone into consideration.
Yeah.
Because what about people who are like Hawaiian, who are firearms instructors that rely on their guns, and military veterans who,
A division has been requested.
like shooting and stuff
All
like
those in the
that?
chamber not entitled to vote, please sit and remain seated.
Yeah.
The motion is the adoption of L002 to Senate Bill 43. All those in favor, please stand and remain standing. Please be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing. The chair is not in doubt. L002 is lost. To the bill, Senator Zamora Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So it was noted prior from the good Senator Cheyenne Wells stated a concern about having no FFLs nearby. So I have an amendment.
There is an amendment. Mr. Schaffler, will you please read L003?
Amendment L003.
Senator Zamora Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L003 to Senate Bill 043.
So moved. To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
What is
So,
that guy's job? Just to
yes,
go,
there is an issue
just be
about
like L003 and
lack
that's
of
it?
FFLs near.
Like he doesn't tell us what the amendment is.
What this amendment does is it addresses a fundamental issue
I don't
of
know.
brings about geographic fairness. This bill requires in-person transfers through federally licensed firearm dealers, and in urban areas that may be a short drive. A couple minutes down, you product, Sterling or La Junta or Reg, you have a long way to access the components. You may need to keep yourself and your family defended. And some counties have fewer than 5 licensed dealers. And some have extremely limited access. So this amendment exempts those counties because public policy should not disproportionately burden rural residents. The Second Amendment applies equally in every corner of this state. We should not disenfranchise those who don't have nearby access. Rights cannot hinge on population density. They cannot hinge on which areas of this vast state is protected and which are not. When regulation creates structural inequalities, where one citizen can comply easily, especially when we're dealing with our Second Amendment, while another must sacrifice time, fuel, and wages, that is not equal application. It is regulatory favoritism. And so this amendment restores balance and allows rural Coloradans to exercise their rights freely without infringement. I should say additional infringement by a government sitting hours away and regulating in completely different circumstances. It acknowledges that rural Coloradans deserve equal treatment under the law, and I urge a yes vote on L003.
Senator Burke.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of Amendment L003. In this theme of applying little bits and pieces of common sense to Senate Bill 43, I believe that Amendment L3 continues in this vein, and we can get some pieces ironed out and have it be much more functional for all Coloradans. This is not an amendment about whether firearm barrel sales should be regulated. It's an amendment about whether a regulation can actually function in the communities it purports to serve. And in much of rural Colorado, this bill, as written, just simply cannot. Senate Bill 43 requires every firearm barrel to be sold or transferred in person through a federally licensed dealer. In Denver, Colorado Springs, and Inland Range counties where most of manageable, There are dozens of dealers within a short drive, but Colorado has 64 counties. Many are vast in geography and sparse in population. In some, there are only 1 or 2 licensed dealers. In a handful, there may be none at all. Think about what this bill asks of a rancher in Hinsdale County or a family in San Juan County. These people who depend on functional firearms for predator control, livestock protection, and personal safety in areas where law enforcement response times can exceed an hour. When a bill wears out, replacing it is not a hobby, it's a necessity. And if their nearest licensed dealer is 60 to 100 miles away, that's the distance they must travel to complete what is, in every other context, a routine maintenance purchase. This amendment uses a objective variable threshold. Fewer than 5 federally licensed dealers in a county provides genuine hardship without a corresponding public safety benefit. It does these residents from existing firearm laws. It does not permit prohibited persons from acquiring firearm barrels. It simply acknowledges that a regulation designed for urban and suburban retail environments should not be imposed where there is an infrastructure to support, and that infrastructure doesn't exist in that area. I want to address the equity dimension directly because it should matter to every member of this body. When we pass laws that are easy to comply with on the Front Range and functionally impossible to comply with on the Western Slope or the Eastern Plains, we create a 2-tiered system. We tell rural Coloradoans that their time, their fuel, their lost wages matter less than the convenience of the residents who happen to live near a licensed dealer. That's not an equitable regulation. It's
I
a
agree upon
geographic
that.
penalty.
Yeah.
And it falls hardest on the communities that are older, that have lower median incomes, and that already first it's common sense. It uses a clear, measurable standard. It preserves the bill's regulatory framework in every county where that framework can realistically operate. And it protects rural Coloradoans from bearing a disproportionate burden for a policy they had no hand in creating. With that, I urge a yes vote on Amendment L3. Thank you, Chair.
Senator Pelton R.
Thank you, Mr. In full support of. There was one FFL in my hometown. He told me last week at a ball game, he says, he can't afford to
Although
re-up.
then they did just get rid of one that was very common sense,
for him to keep the
so
FFL.
I'm
So
not
that
too hopeful that they're going
me
to add
40
this
miles to my nearest
to it,
FFL. If that one goes out of
because
business,
for some
then
reason,
it's
common sense
75
apparently
miles.
does not work in this
This amendment
situation.
fits my district. I've got communities down there of 150 to 300 people that are a mile or an hour apart from each other. That's what I represent. This amendment speaks to that kind of a district. This kind of a bill shows that this is not a one-size-fits-all state. This amendment that we are one-size-fits-all state and that need different, and that's why I urge support of 003.
Senator Sullivan.
Thank you. Discussions here this morning from several of our rural legislators who have said they've owned their firearms over 30 years. They've never changed a barrel. It's perplexing to me that the passage of Senate Bill 043 would all of a sudden cause barrels to start exploding off of our receivers, and us having that kind of problem that all of a sudden we're
Oh, I
having
hate
to
this
drive
guy.
cross country to get these barrels replaced. You've already told me you've never done it before.
Yeah.
You're not even sure where to go.
He's the one
But now
trying to get
you're
this bill
going to
through.
go ahead and do this. For that reason, I would ask for a no vote.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So me, as an individual, one out of 170,000 people I represent, hasn't requested or needed a barrel, but I'm sure there are constituents of mine that do. And I don't have a mall in my district either. I'm not sure how hard it is to find an FFL. I'll get online and figure it out. But to make the presumption because I don't need one, that the rest of my constituencies don't, that's a stretch too far. That indeed there are challenges of living in rural Colorado. Why add extra burden upon those? Actually, I was just looking, I think I can. Secure a barrel. I think as the law is written, they're in violation of Colorado law. I just struggle in this space, and the reference, we don't need this, is problematic. I rise in support of the bill. The amendment, I'm sorry, the amendment.
We know what you meant, Mr. Minority Leader. Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
It's cool if you can't support the bill either. I wouldn't.
One of my rifles because I bought a that is in this room. It's what I use to take care of predators on the ranch. And basically what I use it for is it burns really, really hot because you have to have a fast firearm to be able to shoot the coyotes when they are attacking your cattle. So I use that, but when it burns really hot, that ruins that barrel when you send them a lot down there. And when I bought the rifle, it had a small barrel. It had the thin-walled barrel. I got a bull barrel for it. But I mean, yes, I have changed out one, but that's the only one that I've done. I just didn't think it was appropriate to come down here and say that I have changed one, but I have. So, but that was only because of the way that I use it. And it was pretty easy. I just got with Savage Rifle Company, and they sent me a barrel, and then that was it. It was pretty simple, but I did change out a barrel on one of my rifles. So thank you, and I rise in support of the
The chamber not entitled to vote, please sit and remain seating. Remain seated. The motion is the adoption of L003 to Senate Bill 43. All those in favor, please stand. Please be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing. The chair is not in doubt. L003 to The chair is not in doubt. L003 to Senate Bill 43 is lost. To the bill, Senator Peltonar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I
Oh,
haven't talked
come
near as
on.
extensively as my colleagues have, but this bill is very troublesome. Anybody that knows me at all since I've been to this chamber and when I was county commissioner knows I'm all about family. I'm all about rural. We just had a great amendment for rural Colorado was defeated. Would have gone real well with this amendment I'm about to present. And with that, Mr. Chair.
There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffler, will you please read L005?
Amendment L005, amendment.
Senator Peltonar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L005.
So moved to the amendment.
Thank you. What this amendment does, it's real simple. That you can exchange barrels of we just discussion through the last amendment about the trouble there is in rural Colorado just getting to an FFL sometimes, the miles, the gas, you name it. This amendment would allow for free transfer amongst family members. And in rural Colorado, that really makes a difference where it is so far to FFLs in some communities. So I ask for your support.
Senator Zamora Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I support L004. So this protects family autonomy. And under SB 26043, if two adult relatives exchange a barrel, they must route that exchange through a licensed dealer. And let's pause and remember what we're talking about. I'm not talking about completed firearms. Once again, it's simply a component, a tube. That by itself cannot fire a single round. So we're not talking about prohibited individuals. We're not talking about criminals. We're not talking about bad actors attempting to evade the law. We are talking about adult family members, law-abiding Coloradans, transferring a non-lethal component, a tube, between one another. A father passing along equipment to a son, daughter helping farm, two siblings sharing parts for maintenance or sporting purposes. And under this bill, that simple exchange must be routed through a licensed dealer as though it were a high-risk transaction. That is government oversight inserted directly into routine, consensual family interactions. As I stated prior, I know lots of family members in my family. We exchange these tools which have been passed through our families and generations.
All I know is if
And
they
the
passed this bill, then RoboCop was like a documentary, but it wasn't in Detroit, it was in
But as
Colorado.
courts have repetitively
Yeah.
recognized constitutional rights means little if the government can layer on procedural obstacles that make exercising them impractical. The Constitution protects not just theoretical possession, it protects the practical ability to acquire and maintain and use arms in common, lawful ways. When the state mandates supervision of an ordinary family exchanges involving non-serialized components, a tube, it moves beyond reasonable regulation and into unnecessary intrusion, not only into the
I'll
Second
buy that
Amendment,
for
but
$1.
into the private
Yeah.
sphere of family life. There is no demonstrated public safety benefiting to supervising exchanges between law-abiding relatives. I rise in support of L004. Ask for a yes vote.
My question is, how would they know?
It's all right, Senator Zamora Wilson, we know what you meant.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I certainly wouldn't call this a friendly amendment. Starting to get rather testy here, but
He's
I'm
getting
a little
testy.
confused
Yeah.
about the term.
Everybody seems
family
pretty calm
members.
except for
That's
him.
incredibly broad. So if we could get some refinement as to who it is exactly we're talking about. Is this our third cousin twice removed, or is this the people who live in our home that we're looking to do this on?
Senator Pelton R.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
That guy got something
Family
way up
means
his
family.
ass.
I don't know how else to put it. I've got a lot of cousins, second, third, fourth cousins that live really close. And I think family means family. Thank you.
Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, when we passed the extreme risk protection order, we had to define who the family was. That could highlight that. There are definitions in our statutes. So all I'm asking for is to define what it is. If you don't want to do that, then I wouldn't approve of an amendment like that. If you do have the ability
It looks
to
like
give
he's
us
about
some
to have
kind
an
of a
aneurysm.
definition of who it is we're
Yeah.
talking about.
He's
Or a
looked
heart
like that
attack.
the
Getting into
whole
some more
time.
information on this topic.
He's really
Minority leader Simpson.
passionate about this bill that
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
they're complaining about not having money to
candidates
hire
suggest
cops, but
indeed
he wants
there
to
is
spend a ton of
in
money
statute
to
for
do
family.
some kind of stupid
We're willing
system
to
for
go to
this.
Title V. I'm happy to find the definition of family.
Mr. Minority, is that a request for Senate 05? Senate 05 has been requested and granted.
Well, they got 5 minutes. I have 5 minutes. I am going to excuse myself and be right back.
Yeah, that one guy's getting pretty combative, and like everybody else is pretty calm, but he's like gonna give himself an aneurysm, heart attack, stroke, all this stuff all at the same time. Over a bill they're going to be spending tons of money to enforce if they find a way to enforce it. It really is a stupid bill. It's the stupidest bill I've ever heard of. It's going to make Colorado probably worse than it is, which you might be like, how can it get worse? It could go from being the second worst, like the second most dangerous state, to the first most dangerous state. Because FFLs will probably leave the state because they're not going to be able to order barrels like they're talking about because it'd be too much. It'd be too much overcost and too much to actually send the barrels to Colorado because of all the red tape they're putting up. And nobody's going to be buying barrels in Colorado because of all the red tape and everything that they're putting up. They're going to be making people drive 100 plus miles to a gun store to buy a barrel, or 60 plus miles to a gun store to buy a barrel in rural areas. They're making it extremely unfair to people in the rural parts of Colorado, which is from from a lot of people, it's like a lot of Colorado is rural. But like,
The Senate will come
it's
back to
getting really
order.
stupid. It's
Senator
like watching the
Pelton R.
circus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With the discussion going on, I will rescind my motion on 005. Withdraw.
Just to clarify, Senate Bill 5 is withdrawn at the.
We know what you mean.
Amendment L005 to Senate Bill 43 is withdrawn. Is that the request?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Senate Bill 43, Amendment L005 is withdrawn. To the bill, Senator Bright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we're having some great positive common sense discussion on Senate Bill 43 and ways that we can make it better, because that's why we're here, is to be governed by the best possible legislation that we can here in Colorado.
You can't give your brother a barrel. That's pretty stupid. It's a
There
barrel.
are a number of situations. Draw your attention to the bill, page 2, line 19, 2A. It is unlawful for a person to sell or transfer a firearm barrel unless the person selling or transferring the firearm barrel is a federally licensed firearm dealer and the sale or transfer occurs in person. We've noted a little bit today in our discussion around ways to make this the best bill possible, ways in which a good portion of Coloradoans are compromised. And I feel like we can modify just a word or a phrase here and come up with something that might work better for Colorado.
There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffler, will you please read L009?
Amendment
Senator
L009.
Bright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L009 to Senate Bill 43.
Moves to the amendment.
To Amendment L009. This amendment would remove the requirement that firearm barrel sales transfers take place in person for those folks that struggle to be able to make it to an in-person place to conduct that. Let's consider how modern commerce works. Everybody today buys their stuff online. Buy your groceries online. Buy your clothes online. Buy your household goods online. A resident in Pueblo who needs a specific caliber replacement barrel for a hunting rifle may not find it at their local dealer. So they order it online and they have it shipped to their nearest federally licensed firearm dealer for pickup. This is a well-established system that's grounded in federal law, where the dealer verifies the buyer's identity, records the transaction, and ensures compliance with all applicable laws. The bill's in-person requirement is sweeping. The section I noted earlier states it's unlawful for a person to sell or transfer a firearm barrel unless the person selling or transferring the firearm barrel is a federally licensed firearms dealer and the sale or transfer occurs in person. Under this language, it may be interpreted to prohibit even the common arrangements where a buyer orders a barrel online and has it shipped to a local federally licensed dealer for pickup, forcing our friend from Pueblo to find a dealer who both stocks the specific barrel they need and is within driving distance. In practice, making that purchase much harder or even impossible. This is particularly problematic for specialty and less common calibers. Not every dealer carries every barrel. Competitive shooters, hunters pursuing specific game, and collectors maintaining historical firearms frequently need components that are only available from specialized distributors or manufacturers. The in-person requirement effectively eliminates access to those items unless the buyer happens to live near a dealer with the right inventory. For rural Coloradoans, it's not hypothetical, it's a near certainty. The in-person mandate means Colorado dealers cannot sell barrels to in-state customers through their websites, even if the transaction is fully documented and the item ships to another licensed dealer for pickup. Meanwhile, residents of neighboring states face no such restriction. We're putting Colorado dealers at a competitive disadvantage and driving commerce and tax revenue across state lines. The in-person mandate adds no additional verification that the dealer cannot perform when the barrel arrives for pickup. It is a restriction that accomplishes nothing beyond limiting access and penalizing consumers who live in areas with limited retail options. So I feel like the language suggestion in L009 cleans this up and just makes it much more specific about what we're going for here to achieve the best possible laws and regulations in the state of Colorado. And I would urge a yes.
Nine. This removes the in-person transfer requirement for this bill. And let's talk about the world we actually live in. Modern commerce is digital. Lawful online sales are not an exemption. They are the norm. Coloradans purchase everything from farming equipment to automotive parts to highly regulated goods through secure, traceable online platforms every single day. And yet this bill would force every barrel transaction to, even though we are talking about non-lethal, non-serialized components, to occur in person. That is not modernization. It's not progress. I mean, thinking back to COVID times, we moved away from that, didn't we? In person, that element.
You guys want to mom today? I thought Jordan was.
This mandate would harm Colorado-based e-commerce businesses that operate competitively in a national marketplace. It would push customers out of state. It would shrink market access. It would create artificial barriers where none previously existed.
So what they
Remember, right now we're the sixth most regulated state.
Well, for the family one, apparently family wasn't clearly outlined enough for Sullivan. Like,
someone living hours from the nearest licensed dealer, and in-person requirement is not.
Apparently, family could be anyone, I'm assuming.
It is a logistical obstacle. It is lost
So they
time.
they made him withdraw after that Senate 5.
It is a full day commitment to comply with a mandate attached to a component part, a tube. We must ask what demonstrated safety gains justifies that burden. A barrel cannot fire on its own. It is not a serialized receiver. Federal law does not treat it as a controlled firearm. So what evidence shows that forcing in-person transfers of this specific component meaningfully improves public safety? That evidence doesn't exist, then what are we left with? It's friction, government-created friction in a lawful commerce. And when we talk about constitutional rights, friction matters. The Second Amendment protects not only possession, but lawful acquisition. Courts have recognized that the right to keep and bear arms would mean little if the government would choke off the channels through which law-abiding citizens acquire them. You don't have to ban
Yeah,
something.
right now they're
outright.
looking at if they pass
You
this
can restrict access
one, they're gonna have
incrementally,
to put on the internet cannot
one
ship to
legal
Denver
hurdle
or
at a
like
time.
cannot ship to Colorado.
Unnecessary friction in lawful commerce can function as indirect restriction.
Because they're making it to
And we
where
should not
everything's going to have to
compromise.
be done in person, and
Regulation
this
must be
one this
tailored, it must be justified.
this one right
it
here is
must
to make
address
it to
a
where
real
like
and
not everything has to
foreseeable
be done in
public
person.
safety concern. An across-the-board, in-person requirement for non-lethal components, but to fails that test. We should regulate responsively, not reflexively. Amendment L009 does not eliminate oversight where it legitimately applies. It simply removes a blanket mandate that disproportionately harms small businesses and rural communities without their benefit.
No, this is kind of still in the middle.
Modernizes this bill. It reduces
All right, see
unintended
you.
economic harm. It respects both commerce and constitutional boundaries. I urge a yes vote on L009.
The motion, Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask for a no vote.
Well, Mama?
The motion is the adoption. A
She
division
wasn't
has been
talking
requested.
to you, Kane. She was talking to Dad.
Oh. This bill was so unready to be passed because they are having so many amendments put into it.
You cut out.
I said this bill was so unready to be passed because they're having so many amendments put into it to change every little thing about it.
Yeah. So if they pass it, I'm not going Colorado.
No. No, I'd go to that Snake Island, that one that has like all the deadliest snakes and just a watchtower. I'd go there before going to Colorado.
A division has been requested. All
We
those
should
in the
send
chamber not
Sullivan
entitled to
there.
vote, please
Yeah.
please sit and remain seated through the voting. The motion is the adoption of L009 to Senate Bill 43. All those in favor, please stand and remain standing.
Send
Please
him
be
to
seated.
places like in Africa
All those
where a
opposed, please
warlord
stand and remain
rules
standing.
over it and be like, look, these are people
Chair is
without
timed out.
gun
L009
rights. How
is
about you
lost.
come hang with them?
To the bill, Senator Callan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, we've burned up a lot of time talking about this, so what I'd like to do is I'd like to move amendment. Oh, hang on a minute. I'm having a hard time getting to the part.
There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schopfer, will you please read L004?
Amendment L004, amend printed bill page 5.
Senator Callan. Senator Callan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move L005 to, okay.
We've just presented L004, Senator Callan.
Anyway, we had a snafu over there, so I'd like, yes, ma'am? Okay. I move L004.
So moved. To the amendment.
Thank you. This amendment will do something that, probably some of you think we'd forgotten about, but this amendment exempts Colorado counties with less than 50,000 residents from the bill's requirement. I only have one county in my district that has more than 50,000 people. So this bill's in-person federally licensed firearm dealer transfer requirement imposes significant burdens. You've heard about those, particularly on small Colorado communities who may lack access to FLS. Forcing rural Coloradans to travel long distance simply to purchase or transfer a firearm barrel is an unnecessary.
This guy, I think, is nervous as all get out.
An imposition on their Second Amendment rights.
That guy might get
Highlighting
rabid and
growing
tackle him.
Regulatory
Yeah.
favoritism within the bill. It's easy for folks in the city. I'm sure that you've got numerous federal licensed firearm dealers. We don't particularly have those out in the country. So this is one, I think it makes common sense. It may go against some of the people that are trying to do this, but from a local point of view, and for the people out in rural Colorado, this is something that I would like to see passed. I would ask for a yes vote.
Senator Bright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you thank you to the senator from Montrose for this great common sense amendment. I feel like this gets at the heart of the pieces and parts that we've been talking about today, this morning, this afternoon, about just making sure that we're governed by the best legislation that we possibly can be. And I rise in support of Amendment L004 to Senate Bill 43. I feel like that 50,000 resident threshold is a real common sense measure. The amendment asks a straightforward question. Can this bill actually be implemented in every part of Colorado? I believe the honest answer is it can't be. Senate Bill 43 requires every firearm barrel sale or transfer to occur in person, as we've noted earlier, through a federally licensed dealer. It requires that dealer to record 7 categories of personal information on a CBI prescribed form and retain those records for 5 years. That framework assumes a retail infrastructure that exists on the Front Range, but does not exist across much of the rest of the state, including the area of Montrose. Colorado has 64 counties, and census estimates show that more than 40 of them have populations below 50,000. Many of these rural counties are geographically vast, some larger than entire eastern states, like the county that I live in. And they have very few
AKA
gun dealers,
Delaware and Rhode
leaving
Island.
some residents without one in their immediate vicinity. For people in these communities, complying with this bill may mean a round trip of 100 miles or more, the loss of a full working day, and non-trivial fuel costs for families already stretched thin. Just to complete a firearm transfer that is otherwise legal under current Colorado law.
I think the people should just take this to the Supreme Court if it gets passed.
Because I feel like
Yeah.
it is the strongest case for this amendment and the one that should resonate most in this chamber.
Because it feels like, from what I've
Spent
learned,
years in this
Colorado
body
is
working
just
to
moving
ensure
backwards.
Laws we pass do not disproportionately burden disadvantaged communities. Amendment L004 addresses this concern.
They're like running
Rural
backwards,
Colorado
in fact.
These are communities with lower median incomes, fewer services, older populations.
How's it going,
and
guys?
Longer distances to everything.
Hello, Flying.
It's taking
From
forever.
hospitals to grocery
Yeah, I know. I can see
stores,
that.
yes,
They obviously
Yeah.
did not have this bill
imposing a
prepared to
compliance
pass
requirement
because
that
this is like their
trivial for a
fourth,
resident of
fifth
Denver County,
amendment they're
and
passing
potentially
for it.
impossible for a resident of
It's
Dolores
Fifth
County
Amendment,
is not
The Fifth
equal to
Amendment.
and none
each
of them
under the
have
law.
been
It is geographic. It
said
is a
yes to.
geographic
And it's
penalty.
all common sense stuff.
This amendment uses a clear,
So
objective,
common sense
common sense, easily
that
verifiable
they're trying to
threshold.
persuade, including the
The U.S.
Republicans,
Census
I'm guessing, because he's a
estimate
Republican senator right
does
there,
not create a
is getting
bill.
denied
It
for all these
preserves the bill
amendments.
framework in every urban and suburban county where
Yeah.
the dealer infrastructure exists to support it. It does not
Man,
exempt any
that's
individual
messed
from
up
existing
right there.
federal prohibitions on firearm possession.
Yeah, this
Also want
guy
to
is like
note
trying to
the
make it work
enforcement rate.
for everyone, and
Rural
like that
sheriffs
Sullivan guy is
and
like
district attorneys
foaming at
are
the mouth,
already
having
managing
rabies,
significant caseloads
and like
limited resources.
it's
Asking
insane.
them to
Man,
enforce
Tom
legislation
Sullivan
that
needs
their
to be
community
out
has
of the Senate
to comply
office
with
because he's
is
operating
not
off of
a good use
emotional, and
of
we can all
resources.
see it right there.
Risks turning otherwise
Every time
law-abiding
they talk
citizens
about like
into
our
criminals for conduct
constituents are
poses
going to have to
no
drive like
further
100 or 60 to 100 miles to
I
get
appreciate this amendment
to
brought
an
forward.
FFL to buy a barrel that they'll have to wait like 3 days
Amendment
for and then come
004.
back.
It's about
He's like,
workability.
oh, I've heard
It's
this
about
from everyone.
fairness.
Everyone's
It's
saying
about the
this.
respect for the diversity of the
Apparently,
state of
he's never
Colorado.
driven 100
And I
miles
urge
to
also
go get something
Amendment
that you should get
L004.
right away because you can't do any kind of harm to anyone with it.
Senator Felton R.
Thank you, Mr.
And
Chair.
then that's
I'm
a
also
round
not giving
trip
up
of
any
100
time
miles
protecting my
because
district.
you have to go there and
Speaking
back.
out
That's
for my
200.
district.
Then you have to wait 3 days
Amendment
and then go there and
004
back. That's another
is
200.
another one of these
So you're talking
amendments
about 400
that
miles of
shows
gas and
one size does
time
not fit all in the state of
to
Colorado. This
go
amendment
to an
speaks to
FFL.
12 of my counties.
Not to mention, like they were saying, like
I have
if
the
they need to
largest
order a
geographic
custom barrel, they could go to their FFLs. Well, what makes them
and we
think that
shouldn't
after this
penalize
passes,
for living
gun
where we
barrel
live.
manufacturers are going to
There's
want
reasons
to
we
do business with FFLs in
But when
Colorado?
rights start being infringed upon, I think we need to draw a line. This amendment is a good amendment
Well,
for rural Colorado,
this
frontier Colorado.
whole entire bill
I
needs to
urge
be
a yes
thrown
vote
out
on
then.
004.
Yeah,
Senator
this is a
Demore Wilson.
ridiculous bill. There's nothing. They don't even know how they're going to regulate it. There's
I
not.
rise in support of
Crimes
Amendment
aren't going to be solved through
004.
this bill.
This builds
There isn't going to be a
bill
lack
that
of
should unite
any kind of
everyone in this
crimes
chamber
through this
rural
bill.
equity. In counties under
Because like
50,000
Sullivan's like,
residents often lack
we're going to
firearm
give them a
retail
3-day waiting period, and
infrastructure
people
that
are going to
exists
think about that for
Or
3
maybe-
days
the front
before
range.
taking their
In many of
lives.
these communities, there may
I'm
only
like,
be one
Are you
federally
going to put a
licensed
3-day
dealer.
waiting period on knives?
Or none. With
What?
reasonable
It's
driving
pretty
distance,
much they can't regulate
some
this item
residents
because it's
complying with
not
this
a
bill's
regulated item. Period.
in-person
They can't
Yeah.
do that. They can't trace it
will
down.
definitely
They
not
can't
mean
put it
quick stop across town. It'll mean
into
rearranging
any
a
kind of
work
category
schedule.
except for components or
It'll mean
parts.
driving hours
Right.
each way,
But like
and it will
Sullivan's
mean
main argument
taking
for the law was like, we'll
unpaid
give them
leave.
3 days to think about if they
Will
want to live
mean
before, because the main
fuel
way people are
costs,
killing themselves is guns.
childcare
I'm like,
arrangements, and
are they
loss
going to
of
give a 3-day
productivity.
waiting period on knives also? Because
That
what's
is
going to
not
stop
a
them from going and
theoretical
grab a knife and cut
inconvenience.
their
That
wrists?
is
If
a
someone really
real
wants to die, they're
and
going to kill
measurable
themselves.
Yeah, and that's
burden.
why if you look in
And let's be
the
clear, this
folder
burden would
for the
be
banners, put up
not
the
because
suicide
someone
prevention
did
hotline
something
that I
wrong,
put on there.
not
It's
because someone
988.
is
Anybody has any kind of
not
family member,
because
loved
someone
ones, or like
is
that,
dangerous,
they
but simply
have this number to be able to help them.
because
Even if they're not showing signs or not, if you
that is
know
a
that they're
financial
having a hard
burden,
time,
that
988
is
is the
a
number for
time burden.
suicide prevention and crisis hotline.
Money is time, time is money.
I put that on there
That
earlier
is
in
the
the banners
structural disadvantage built
because of what
directly
Tom
into the
Sullivan said
statute.
about veterans committing suicides with no
And when the
signs.
exercise of a
Right.
constitutional right requires disproportionate effort,
So
depending on relative, let's
I'm
reconsider
trying to get
the
banners up.
fairness. And frankly, the constitutionality, yep, there's that word again, gonna say it again. The constitutionality of
I
that
think Big Hoss might
policy.
be trying to get banners up too.
The Second Amendment does not apply more robustly in Denver than it does in the San Luis Valley.
because
It does
the
not
Tom
shrink in
Sullivan wants
the
to keep saying something about
Eastern
suicides.
Plains.
This is not the way to go for
Does not
suicides. You
fade
do not regulate a
in the mountains
firearm
now.
component like this.
Rights do not
Yeah.
fluctuate with population
That's what Tom
density.
Sullivan thinks. And
Yet this bill effectively
I know
says
it's sad.
if you
I'm
choose
only
to live
seeing
in
this stuff
Colorado,
you
if you
posted for,
choose open spaces, if you choose agriculture,
for
if
the,
you
gun
choose
use.
ranching, if you
Should be under
choose
the
small
news
town life,
studio
you will
folder
face hurdles
of the banners.
to exercise the same rights as your urban neighbors. That is not equal protection in
I'm in the
practice.
studio that you were in.
That
and
is,
I'm
once
trying to find
again,
it.
regulatory favoritism.
Yeah, I don't have
And
access on
rural
my end right now because I'm on the guest app of
frankly
StreamYard,
tired
so I
being
can't
told
really help you
that
out right now.
policies designed for
But
metropolitan
I'm
areas
actually
should simply be
heading
Yeah,
ignored
home.
I'm
by the communities that look nothing like them.
And figured, hey, while
This
I'm waiting on my
amendment
ride, I'll
does
stop
not
in and
gut
say hi
the
to you guys
It
and see how
recognizes
everything is going.
reality. It recognizes that infrastructure is not evenly distributed. It recognizes that when the state creates mandates,
oh, there it is.
Yeah,
it
this is
has
the
a
suicide and crisis
responsibility to
hotline.
consider how those mandates
988 is what you
land
dial,
differently
and that's where you can get help
across the
with.
Without this
You can
amendment,
also text the
we are
number,
telling rural Coloradans that their time
and
is less valuable,
you'll get help
their
right away.
distance
There's
is
no delay in it,
irrelevant,
and
and their
they help you
constitutional
out.
rights
They
can
talk you
be
through it. They can
conditioned
even help you
on a
out with
tank of
to
gas
find a therapist
and
as
a
well
tap.
too, so you can have someone to talk to.
We are diverse, and this is not equity.
So
That is imbalance.
people are watching and
Equal rights
everything.
demand
This is
equal
the number. If you
access.
know
And if
any
we
family or
truly
loved
believe
ones,
the Constitution
reach
applies
out.
statewide, then our statute
People can get help as long as they know
I
what
urge your support for
they're doing.
L004, especially to protect rural communities in Colorado. Urge a yes vote.
Senator Sullivan.
Great. Sullivan
Thank
again.
you, Mr. Chair. Gun violence knows no boundaries. Just because you live in a frontier town, it knows no boundaries. It doesn't matter. If you are in the middle of a field and there isn't a living soul for miles around, and you pull the trigger on that gun, it will still kill you. You don't have to be in an apartment complex with 1,200 neighbors making noise all
Sullivan,
night
why are you
long.
yelling? You don't
That's
need to
the
yell into
only
the
place
microphone.
People die. They die out in the middle of nowhere. Again, that's what we're talking about. That's the separation. That's what we're trying to do. I care about both of those people. I don't want that individual who has nobody else around and hasn't seen anybody for days to take their lives. And I don't want that person who is in an apartment building who is inundated with noise
And
and the pressures
another
of big
question
city
is,
life
why
taking
would
their lives
they
either.
be buying a
For those
barrel if
reasons,
they're
I ask for
taking,
a
they
no
plan
vote.
on taking their lives?
Yes.
The motion is the adoption of L004 to Senate Bill 43. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The
I
noes
mean,
have
whenever
it.
you're firing point blank,
L004
it
is
doesn't
lost.
really
To the bill,
matter
Senator
if the
Bill
rifling is still good on a gun.
So we've been talking a lot about rural
You know,
Colorado.
that all those no's, that's kind of ridiculous. I think this bill is more about control than about anything
I would
else.
disagree with you in this chamber is a lot like trying to get into compliance. What does a runway look like? So we don't just automatically turn a switch and this law is now what do you want to call it? Compliance or whatever. You have to do it right now. So I'm going to run an amendment here that's going to give us a little bit of a runway so our small businesses can make sure that they can not only get in compliance, but also the citizens can realize, oh, okay, I need to take this a little bit more seriously. I need to make sure that we're
That amendment's not going to pass.
There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffler, will you please read L008?
Amendment L008.
Senator
Amendment.
Peltonby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L008 to Senate Bill 43.
So moved to the amendment.
Thank you. This amendment will ensure that this bill's, I'm sorry. By this amendment, what it does is by allowing for an extended window prior to enactment, this amendment will ensure that Coloradans can adequately digest the implications of this law and prepare accordingly. Basically, what I'm saying is that it's kind of like we did last year with, I know that Senate Bill 3, we kind of pushed out a little bit. It's the same way with this one where we can push it out further to make sure that people are compliant. So what we're saying is instead of July 1st of 2026, this will actually come in compliance or go into effect on December 31st, 2029. So just a little bit of runway here. I know I mean, it's 3 years, but it's enough time for people to say, all right, what do I need to do to make sure that I have to be in compliance here? Make sure that our small businesses are prepared. Make sure that we really look into what's going on with this law and how it's being implemented, so we don't make any mistakes. Just want to make sure
Hearing
we
this
give a little bit
this amendment, I don't think it's going to pass.
for an aye vote on L008.
Senator Bright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of Amendment L008. I enjoy the conversation and
Sullivan's like,
enjoy
I
the
want this bill
common
exactly
sense
the way it
bits and
is
pieces that we're trying to
and
put inside this
nothing
bill
else.
to make it work.
Yeah,
for
Todd
all
Sullivan's always been like that. If we look back at Senate Bill 3
Amendment
of
008
last year,
goes quite a ways towards
he rarely had any amendments unless his party, the Democratic Party, implemented those amendments to his narrative. And
creates
it just pretty much, it's going to hurt all law-abiding citizens coming August for that
if
Senate
we
Bill
are
3.
serious about this regulatory framework
And so
succeeding,
there's
rather than
no
just simply
expectations about
existing
this
paper,
bill,
we give the
and it's going to go right on through because of Tom Sullivan.
time to prepare. Start with the Colorado Bureau of Investigation. This bill requires CBI to create a new form for retail record keeping of firearm barrel sales. That sounds simple, but anyone who's worked with state agencies like I have knows that designing, distributing, and training dealers on a new compliance form is not a trivial undertaking. It requires stakeholder input, coordination with licensed dealers across the state, and likely integration with existing record systems. Under the current timeline, CBI would have roughly 4 months to complete this work. It's not a realistic timeline. It's set up for failure, to be honest. Now consider the licensed dealers themselves. Colorado has hundreds of federally licensed firearm dealers, most of them small businesses. This bill imposes new legal obligations on every one of them. A new form, 7 required data fields, a 5-year retention mandate, penalties for noncompliance. Dealers need time to understand these requirements, train their staff, modify their record-keeping systems, and incorporate the new CBI form into their operations. A July 1 effective date gives them virtually no preparation time after the form is even created. There's also the matter of public education.
I think this is going to be an all-day deal for this bill.
New criminal penalties. A first offense for unlawful
Looks
sale
like
of
it.
firearm
It's not
barrel
looking good.
carries up to 30
Yeah.
days in jail and a $500 fine. A second offense is a Class 2 misdemeanor. Before we begin prosecuting Coloradoans under these provisions, we have a responsibility to ensure they know these provisions exist. Barrel sales between private individuals are currently legal and commonplace. The transition from lawful conduct to criminal conduct should require meaningful public notice. I will have an amendment later talking about that specific thing. A December 31, 2029 enactment date allows CBI to develop its form through a thorough process. It gives dealers time to prepare. It gives the public time to learn about new requirements. It gives this body time to assess whether the framework is workable or whether further refinement is needed before people start facing criminal penalties. If we believe this law is important enough to pass, then we should believe it's important enough to implement correctly. And I would urge a yes vote on Amendment L008.
Senator Zamora Wilson.
He does have a good point about what he just made here with Senate Bill 8, L008.
Rise in
Yeah.
support of L008.
I don't believe it's going to
Deferred
pass.
Implementation until December 31st, 2000.
Nope, because so far, if it makes sense,
Why?
they don't want it.
Because major
Yeah,
regulatory
and
changes
this goes to the narrative that it's all about control than
need time to
safety or regular, like
compliance systems.
common sense.
We continue to regulate
In my eye.
firearm companies into the ground and erode the Second Amendment from Colorado citizens. Well, then maybe we should allow federally licensed firearm dealers actual time to breathe and digest the
If this
laws that
passes,
are
I say
being mandated.
Colorado take it to the Supreme Court.
Consumers deserve clarity, and sellers.
I think
deserve
the CSSA and RMGO is going to
questions.
take it to Supreme Court because they're already taking Senate Bill 3
It is.
as a lawsuit, and the ones if they lose it
Whenever the
here in Colorado, they're taking it to the Supreme Court because
right
just of last year, the Supreme Court ruled in New Mexico that the waiting period was unconstitutional.
It invites
Yeah.
constitutional scrutiny. The United States Supreme Court has made it clear in recent years that firearm regulations must align with the historical tradition of this nation. Whether one agrees with that jurisprudence or not, it is the governing standard. If SB 26043 is challenged, and there is every reason to believe it will be, dealers, consumers, and even the state itself could find themselves in legal limbo. Businesses will not know whether to invest in compliance systems that may later be struck down. Citizens will not know which rules ultimately apply. Courts may issue injunctions, and appeals may follow. That uncertainty alone carries economic and administrative costs. Rushed implementation just magnifies that instability. And if we force this bill into effect on an aggressive timeline, we risk confusions among licensed dealers about compliance obligations, supply chain disruption for lawful retailers, financial strain on small businesses forced to adapt quickly, inconsistent enforcement while legal questions are still unsettled. Public policy should not operate on a pass it now, sort it out later model, especially when constitutional rights are implicated. Deliberate governance is responsible governance. When legislation intersects with fundamental rights, prudence is not weakness. Caution is not obstruction. And taking time to ensure clarity, fairness, and constitutional durability is not delayed for delay's sake. It is respect for the rule of law. Amendment L008 does not repeal this bill. It does not block its intent. It simply ensures that if enacted, it is implemented in a manner that is orderly, predictable, and legally sound. We should not rush regulatory expansion only to spend years untangling the consequences in the court. This amendment ensures we proceed carefully, thoughtfully, responsibly, and fairly. I urge a yes vote on L008.
Senator Sullivan.
Sit back down,
Thank you,
Sullivan.
Mr. Chair, I ask for a no vote on this, same reason why we would have a safety bill, a safety.
Sullivan,
in it.
go sit down, shut
We
your
need to
mouth,
commit
and
to it.
let
People are
other
killing
people talk.
themselves, and they're using ghost guns and their access to barrels to do that. So with that, I ask for a no vote.
Seeing
They're
no
not
further discussion,
using
the question
ghost
before
guns
us is
to
the
kill
adoption
themselves.
Of Amendment L008. All those in favor
This
say
has
aye.
nothing to do with ghost
Those
guns.
opposed, no.
No,
The noes have it, and that amendment is lost.
of course, that's not surprising. You know,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What a great,
like you said, ghost guns have never been a part of this. Parts of a ghost gun can be made,
the
but
next
a barrel
conversation.
cannot really be made.
I do believe that we need to make sure that we're allowing the citizens of Colorado to weigh in on this, and I believe that suicide is a problem in Colorado. I don't believe this bill has anything to do with it. And with that, I have an amendment.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L007? Senator Bright. Or let me,
Amendment L007.
Senator Bright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L007 to Senate Bill 43.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just as was noted a couple minutes ago, we're going to ask the Colorado citizens to weigh in on this, or at least have the opportunity to, if they have a concern. And this would change the safety clause to a petition clause. And for my constituents following this debate, the millions and millions watching online, let me explain to you what's at stake. Under the Colorado Constitution, citizens have the right to petition for a referendum on any act of the General Assembly. This is a foundational element of our system of direct democracy.
Hear that? if you live in
enshrined
Colorado,
Section 1.
get in touch with your
However, that right has a key
district
exception.
leader
If the General
and
Assembly declares
start
that
a
the bill is
petition
necessary for the
and
immediate
sign.
preservation of public peace, health, or safety, a safety clause.
Everybody here in Colorado, let's please do that. Let's get Tom Sullivan out of the office. This is ridiculous. We need to find someone else that can replace Tom Sullivan to make more common sense laws.
Were the source of violence in our communities.
No,
We
you
should
can
have
get back
addressed
on.
this 100 years ago. The safety clause was designed for genuine emergencies, appropriations for state institutions, urgent public health measures, responses to imminent threats. It was not designed to shield routine regulatory legislation from public accountability. And whatever one thinks of Senate Bill 43, it's difficult to characterize the regulation of a firearm barrel sales as an emergency that demands the suspension of people's right to
Excuse me, I'll be
referendum.
right back.
Consider the bill itself. Takes effect on July 1 of 2026. It creates a new regulatory framework, a new CBI form, new record-keeping obligations, and new criminal penalties. None of these provisions suggest urgency. They suggest a deliberate, phased implementation. But if the General Assembly has the time to phase in implementation, then the people of Colorado have the time to weigh in on whether this law should take effect at all. I want to be direct about why this matters. The safety clause has increasingly been used not as an emergency measure, but as a legislative strategy to insulate bills from public challenge. That trend should concern every member of this body, regardless of party. When we attach a safety clause to legislation that does not involve an immediate emergency, we're not protecting the public. We're protecting ourselves from the public. That is a reversal of the democratic relationship that this institution is supposed to embody. Replacing the safety clause with a petition clause does not delay the bill. It does not weaken it. Does not change a single substantive provision in it. It simply restores the people's constitutional right to seek a referendum. If this law is sound, and sponsors believe it is, then it can survive public scrutiny. If it cannot, then perhaps we should hear from the people before it takes effect. This amendment is not about firearm policy. It's about democratic accountability. It says that we trust the people of Colorado to participate in decisions that affect their lives. With that, I would urge a yes vote on L007.
Senator Zamora Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I rise in support of Amendment L007. And this replaces the safety clause with a petition clause. So this bill's regulation of a non-lethal firearm component, the tube, is an alarming attack on the Second Amendment rights of Coloradans. Yes, I'm going to say that again. For this reason, the general public should maintain the right to petition and repeal this bill. This bill implicates our constitutional rights. You know what? If it's sound policy, then it should withstand the public review. It should be allowed to be protested. A safety clause prevents a referendum. A petition clause preserves the voice of the people, our republic. The people of Colorado deserve the opportunity to weigh in on legislation that touches the Second Amendment, their rights. Transparency strengthens legitimacy, And I say, let the voice of we the people be heard. That is our republic. I urge a yes vote on L007.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In an article published by The Trace on February the 17th of this year, 2026, entitled "Ghost Guns Are Linked to an Increase in Suicide Rates." For years, researchers have been sounding the alarm of the deadly connection between firearms and suicide risks, emphasizing that the danger of suicide is also a matter of access. Now that research is going a step further, linking increases in firearm suicide to ghost guns. Now, you can stand up here and say you don't believe in the research or you have some other data. Please share it. But this is what has just come out. And the reason it has just come out is because this is the first empirical evidence linking ghost gun recovery rates to firearm suicide rates. Colorado will be a part of this data collecting. Passing this bill will allow us to be at the forefront of this. As I explained in my opening comments that you all heard and are all commenting on, please remember what I said talking about the New York University analyzed California's gun recoveries in conjunction with data from the CDC, and the study found that for every 20 ghost guns recovered per 100,000 people, the firearm suicide rate increased by 6%. That's new data that has just come out. You can stand here and say, I don't believe in the data. That's fine. Show your data. Tell us what else you have. But this is what they just came out with. That's why I believe it is so important that we move forward with this, and we move forward with this quickly because we're saving lives. That's the reason that we put a safety clause in there. That's why I'm a no.
What lives has your bills have saved? There's no bill so far of gun regulations that have actually saved lives. There's no
What
factual
BS have I
evidence of it.
missed?
Oh, Tom Sullivan, can continue going on with ghost guns. It has nothing to do with the barrels.
You were out of video, King, so whatever you said was not going through.
Oh, so Hawaiian, you've been listening, right?
Yes.
From what it sounded like, according to what his empirical data was, for every 20 ghost guns per 100,000 people they got off the street, suicide rates went up. Is that what it sounded like he said?
Yeah, that's exactly what he said.
Okay.
That don't make any sense. If you're taking guns off the streets, the suicide rate should be going down, not up, because guns are off the streets. So, with me, how this is sounds, there's no actual factual data that any of the bills have saved lives. There's no
Yeah.
factual evidence on it.
And like I
No.
said earlier, if people want to kill themselves, they're going to do it. In Hollywood, people are using pills to kill themselves. In California, they use pills to kill themselves, you know?
Yes, or drugs, or some kind of way.
Or knives or whatever. Are you going to put a 3-day waiting period if someone wants to buy a set of knives that are sharp?
That
or
or
like if somebody wants to get prescription medication, are you going to put a 3-day waiting period on that while their heart goes out?
I don't doubt it here in Colorado. I really don't doubt it because look at what Tom Sullivan was doing. The L008 that they were trying to pass is let the people decide if this bill goes through or not.
Yeah.
And it didn't go through. You just heard the no's have it.
Yeah. The people should be able to decide if the bill is going to go through or not.
Yeah.
That's who it's going to be affecting.
Amendment L006 removes the 5-year record
And quite frankly, I mean,
on firearm dealers
these people, these senators, should be working for the people, not the other way around.
Yeah. I don't.
extended retention.
I don't think
And
that
turns small businesses
they're even thinking about the people. They're thinking about themselves,
of the
their
state
narrative, their political uh,
compliance
side narratives and stuff like that.
businesses
Because
like
if we look at compared to Minnesota, look what's going on there.
Yeah.
Like I mentioned before.
Like, what I think is going to happen is if this bill passes, Colorado is going to become like a mixture of RoboCop and Mad Max.
Military members.
And then they're going to be like, well, I wish people had guns. And they're going to be like, well, the only people that have guns are the gangs and criminals. So
Oversight.
they'll have people with
Adding
guns,
state
just
level
not the right
record
people.
mandates for non-serialized
I believe we're going to end up like Australia right now, here in Colorado. And look what happened in Australia.
Second Amendment
What
protects
happened in
lawful
Australia again?
commerce related to arms.
You know, the shooting there at the university in Australia.
Oh yeah. I remember hearing something about Australia, but I couldn't
L006
remember
protects
what
small
happened
businesses
exactly.
and limits unnecessary state
In the country of Australia, guns are banned. You can't have a
Yeah.
firearm. And
Yeah.
guess what happened? The criminals came and shot up a university. And when cops show up, they didn't know how to handle a mass shooting like that.
Yeah.
And they waited for someone to do something. It took a law-abiding citizen to tackle one of the gunmen, take his shotgun away from him, and end the threat.
Yeah, that's kind of sad. I don't want to live in a country where my cops don't know how to handle a threat like that.
Yeah.
That's some Demolition Man stuff right there.
Oh yeah.
43 regarding record keeping requirements requires a licensed dealer sells or firearm mandates that the dealer record 7 categories of information.
Time to go underground
in a
and have
CBI
rat
prescribed
burgers.
form, as we've mentioned earlier. The date, the purchaser's government ID and issuing date, state.
You'll be living
make,
better than up there.
Model and caliber of the associated firearm, both parties' full legal names, the purchaser's address, phone number, and date of birth. Those records must be retained for at least 5 years, and failure to comply subjects the dealer to penalties. Sounds like fun. Under federal law, firearms barrels are not classified as firearms. One more time. Under federal law, firearm barrels are not classified as firearms. The federal
That's true.
framework treats barrels as components, not as controlled items in their own right. This bill departs.
So anyone want to bet if
from
this
that
is going to
approach
go
at a
through?
state level, and then goes further by creating a record-keeping burden that, for a single,
If it does, that Sullivan guy will probably break down and die. I don't know.
firearm. Consider the impact on Colorado's licensed dealers. These are predominantly small businesses. Many are family-owned shops operating on thin margins. They already maintain federal records for every firearm transaction. This bill adds an entirely new paperwork system with a new CBI form for an item that the federal government has determined does not require such oversight. The 5-year retention mandate means dealers must store, organize, and produce these records on demand at their own expense. And what's the return on this investment? The bill does not require a background check on barrel purchasers. The recorded information is not submitted to CBI or any law enforcement database at the point of sale. It simply sits in the dealer's filing cabinet. If the
And
goal
we'll
is to
do
create a paper
nothing.
trail for investigative purposes, we should have an honest conversation about whether a static dealer-held form for an unserialized component that cannot be traced through existing federal systems will meaningfully aid criminal investigations. I
It
believe
will
the answer
not.
is that it will not, at least not in proportion to the cost it imposes. not
A
asking
police
this body to
chief
eliminate
has
the
already
vote
said
for
it will not aid in investigations.
requirement that barrel sales occur through licensed dealers. That framework can stand on its own. What I am asking is that we not bury small businesses under a compliance regime that duplicates information they already collect for firearm sales for a component the federal government does not regulate at this level with no demonstrated investigative benefit. This amendment reduces the burden on small businesses without undermining public safety, and I urge a yes vote on Amendment L006.
Senator Sullivan.
Oh my God.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Oh my God.
This is where we do get into the criminal element where it goes with this. This is to prevent trafficking.
Can
So we
someone
don't have
please
somebody
jack
who
him
is
or
printing
something?
up
People
multiple
trafficking
guns
barrels? Are you
and then
seriously?
have to go
Are
to an
you
FFL
high?
to get the barrels for them and then marketing them that way. Before, all we've been talking about is a singular ghost gun to keep somebody from using it to harm themselves. This is an aspect and the reason why we need someone to write it down and to keep it on file in front of an FFL is to keep these straw type purchases because that would be the next step. They would be making straw purchases on barrels. So with that, I ask for a no vote.
Are you on drugs, good
Further
sir?
discussion on Amendment L006. Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of Amendment L006. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it, and that amendment is lost. Senator Pelton.
I don't even know what that amendment was
Thank
about.
you, Mr. Chair.
But
I move, or
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L012?
Amendment L012.
Senator
Member-
Pelton.
thank you, Mr.
Or
Chair.
whatever it was, it's a
I
law.
tried to run an amendment earlier to
yeah,
exclude family
Sullivan
members,
sounded like he was on
and
drugs.
brought
Trafficking
your attention
barrels.
some-
That's where the big money is,
That's
barrels.
raw,
That's
and
that's
maybe
what
raw.
people are trafficking and selling are barrels of
In rural
guns.
Colorado, as far apart as we are and stuff, we tend to lump all family into family. So I do appreciate him flagging that. And so what this amendment does, it puts the same definition of family that is used in the extreme risk protection statute. So I would encourage a yes vote on 012.
Further discussion on this amendment? Senator Zamora Wilson.
Obviously, I'm in the wrong business.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I know.
So I rise in support of amendment.
We should be buying barrels for dirt cheap and
And this
trafficking
amendment
them
protects
to
family autonomy.
other places,
And under SB 26043.
which would
it's
just be
to
selling barrels to
own
people.
relative exchange a barrel, they must route that exchange through a licensed dealer.
It would be the most
And let's-
illegal
what we're
sounding
talking
thing you
about.
could do.
We're not talking about completed firearms. Once again, it's simply a component, a tube, a piece of metal, a pipe, if you will, that by itself cannot fire a single round. We're not talking about prohibited persons. We're not talking about criminals. We're not talking about bad actors attempting to evade the law. We're talking about adult family members, law-abiding Coloradans transferring a non-lethal component between one another. A father passing along equipment to a son. A daughter helping her mother repair a lawful firearm. And two siblings sharing parts for maintenance or sporting purposes. And under this bill, that simple exchange must be routed through a licensed dealer as though it was a high-risk transaction.
That doesn't make sense.
Government
I mean,
oversight.
I should be able to give you a
Inserted
barrel,
directly into
you know,
a routine,
because I want to
consensual
give you a
family
barrel,
interaction.
and there should be no middleman to it.
And as I mentioned before, some of these are heirlooms that have been in family for years and years. The Second Amendment protects the right to keep and bear arms, but as
Hey,
courts
guys.
have
Hey,
repeatedly recognized,
All right, I'm
constitutional
back at
rights
home.
means little. Government
We
can
lost
layer on
more
procedural
common sense
obstacles
amendments.
that makes exercising them impractical.
Fail.
The Constitution protects
yep.
not just
I wonder if we're
individual
going to lose this one
citizens,
because this is
but
saying
require
family members like brother and sister, mother and daughter, father and son should be able to give each other barrels instead of going to an FFL and exchanging it in front of them. Like, you know, you were trading nuclear materials or something like that.
You would think, you know.
You would think it's pretty simple thing to do, you know. You
Yeah.
could do it within your house. I mean,
demonstrated public safety benefit to supervising exchanges between law-abiding relatives. So I urge a yes vote on L012. Thank you.
Senator Bright.
I bet Sullivan has something to say about it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're always going to have something to say.
Yeah.
If you're going to lead, ghost guns this,
I rise in support
ghost
of
guns that.
L012.
Yeah.
43. Let me describe the problem this amendment solves in a very
I'm
common
sorry,
sense
but
way.
if you're going to have to try
Under
and
the
stop
bill as
ghost
written,
guns, you're going to have to
if a
stop selling
grandmother gifts
hardware.
a family heirloom shotgun barrel, just a barrel.
Because, like I said, back in the
Why
90s,
that
they
would
had the
happen,
zip
but
gun craze,
if it
where
should
all it
happen,
takes is a
she
metal
gifts it
pipe
to her 20-something-year-old grandson.
that can
on
contain the
Christmas.
pressure of a round.
She's now committed a unclassified misdemeanor punishable by up to 30 days in jail and a $500 fine. I do not believe that that's what the sponsors of this bill intended, but it is what the bill does. I want to highlight the bill's own internal logic. This bill already exempts
But if we actually
transfers
look
that
at just
occur
like
by
what they said,
operating because of
unclassified
meaning a
misdemeanor,
firearm barrel can
$500 fine,
from a
and 30 days in
parent
county jail.
to a child
Why?
through an estate without going through appeal.
Because barrels. Those are the new most dangerous thing. Those are the most dangerous part of the gun is the barrel.
I have this. This is a barrel.
Oh my God! Everybody down.
Resolves it by treating family transfers.
I think the most I can do with this is throw it at someone and just make them say "ow."
For many Colorado
Look,
families,
I'll hit myself with. It's like, okay, ow. That's all.
Barrel replacements are part of maintaining those heirlooms.
For all those hardworking cops who stopped all the criminals with the barrels of their guns.
Government agencies and licensed
Yeah,
dealers.
cops are so dangerous with the barrels. They're gonna save us all. They're gonna stop the really crazy ones.
This
doing
amendment
it.
is narrowly drawn, consistent with the bill's existing exemption, structure, and protective of public safety. I appreciate the discussion we've had on this, and I feel like, again, trying to thread some common sense.
I don't know
here,
about you
we
guys,
can-
but
we can
I can
get
make
to a
jokes all day
place,
long about this bill
that we can
right here.
get this piece right.
Yeah.
So I urge a yes vote on amendment L012.
Like seriously, I think if it passes, they might not have barrel makers
Thank you,
shipped
Mr.
to
Chair.
Denver,
Yeah,
so a
we,
lot of
discussed
people will
this,
not be able to
and,
get barrels
We're always
because it'll
supportive
probably
wait.
be.
Here's Tom Sullivan.
of being
He-
in touch,
Oh yeah,
with other members. of
I
the
knew
family
he
when
had
it
something to
comes
say about it.
handling firearms. That's why we have this language for a family member in House Bill 191177, which is our extreme risk protection order. This will also give these family members the opportunity to make sure that everybody's doing okay. So for those reasons, I ask for a yes vote on this.
Oh my God!
Did he say yes vote on it?
Yes, he did. This is the first time he said yes vote to anything and not almost had a seizure.
Ayes have it, and L012 is adopted. Minority Leader Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Oh
This
my
is the
God.
first. This is the first one they've actually passed.
He actually did a common sense something. Oh my God.
Paragraph sec.
I think hell just froze over.
I think he had a stroke.
Reference to this section, which it does not apply to.
Someone called an
7A,
ambulance.
It doesn't apply to.
Call the Senate. Tell them to check on Sullivan. Make sure he's okay.
for local law
Yeah.
enforcement agency. Somewhere in this section is where we've just added family as well. The sale or transfer of a firearm barrel to a federal firearms licensee.
Are we
C is the
able to
sale or
turn this up a
transfer of
little bit?
firearm barrel to the United States military.
Unfortunately, no. I don't know why
D
it's
is the
so
sale or
quiet.
transfer of a firearm barrel to a person who, in the same transaction, is separately purchasing
I
a
have it
firearm
all the way up
and
on both
undergoing a federal and state
the
firearm
page
background
and
check.
in
But I suspect
studio.
that's now where that recorded
Um,
exchange and the data, the information is readily available for it then. E is barrel to a federally licensed collector who is acquiring or being loaned a firearm barrel of a firearm that is a curio or relic, and then references a statute. F is a transfer of a firearm barrel
But
that
if we
occurs by
really look at all
operation of
these
law
bills
or
that
the death of the
Colorado's
person
trying to pass,
whom the
especially
prospective transformer is an executor or administrator of the
043,
state or a trustee of a trust created in a will,
we
the
can
transfer
actually
or sale
put
of a
actual
firearm
factual
barrel
evidence
executor
to
or
this that
administrator
it
of a
will not
state
stop
or
any
trust,
crime or anything. Look
trustee
at California,
is created in will must be
the
conducted by a federally
strictest
licensed
state
law
on firearms,
and is subject to the
one of the
requirements
number
of
one, or
the
probably the
state.
number
And the
one
last
state of
one, which is where I'm
gun
And
laws.
yet all the gang members have guns. How does that
transfer of
happen?
ownership of
Yeah,
a firearm
and they
barrel
have the
to sale
highest
or other
crimes
transfer
in the United
ownership
States.
is to an authorized representative of a city.
So what does that really say?
City and county.
It doesn't
state,
work.
or the federal government, and the entity is acquiring the firearm barrel as part of an authorized voluntary program.
I mean, I'm not going to say we're the safest state. We're not. But you know what? The good guys have guns, and the bad guys have guns. It evens out.
Shouldn't be included in this list. So with that, I'm offering an amendment.
There's an amendment at the desk. Please proceed to read L10.
Amendment L10, amend printed bill, page 5, line 23, after state insert tribal nation with jurisdiction in Colorado.
Minority Leader Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L10.
That's a proper motion.
So I propose to include in this list of entities that is not applicable to is the two tribal nations within the state of Colorado. The Southern Ute and the Ute Mountain Ute are a sovereign nation, and I think it's appropriate to include.
Man, this has been going on since
them
9:30
in
this morning.
folks that the section does not apply to.
Yeah, if you have to spend this long on something, you clearly were not prepared for it.
Senator Zamora Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I rise in support of L010. Hadn't even thought of this one, but I think it brings up a good point. It brings clarity and transparency on again, I mean, this bill is impacting people, and we've talked about extending time so we can make sure that we have good legislation. We thought about things clearly. We don't have any blind spots, especially when we're talking about the Second Amendment. And yeah, I think this is great, and that we should protect the tribal nation. So I urge a yes vote on L010.
Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We talked about this when we were talking about the size of communities. Again, gun violence doesn't care what community you're from, what tribal nation you're from. You can die when you take a firearm and put it to your head and pull the trigger on tribal land, just like you can anywhere else. For that kind of reason, I would be a no on this.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a reminder, it's not about being on the tribal land. It's the government entity, the tribal nation, and their variance from the bill. It's not about where it happened, it's about those transfers to government entities and just trying to recognize that the two tribal nations are government entities in the state of Colorado, their own actual sovereign nation.
Is there any further discussion? If not, a division has been called.
Since they are sovereign nations, don't they not have to follow this bill? Hold on, I'll be right back.
Something printing? Yeah, now it is. It just printed out a blank piece of paper and I had to put it through again. It said not enough paper on the printer, but it put out a blank piece of paper.
Yeah, that's the paper I need. Gotta get it off of the office.
Okay, I'm back.
A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. The motion is the adoption of L010 to Senate Bill 43. All those in favor, please stand and remain standing without moving around until the chamber count is complete. Thank you. Please be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing without moving around the chamber until the count is complete. The chair is convinced that the motion fails. Is there any further discussion? Senator Zamora Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So good discussions. Again, in Senate Bill 26043, in looking at the definitions, it is intentionally expansive. I mean, in section 1812, 118, 1A, it defines a firearm barrel to include any forging, any casting, any printing, any extrusion, any machine body, any similar article. Similar article. At any stage where it may maybe readily be completed, or anything marketed to become a barrel. a tube. And this is not limited to finished barrels. It regulates partially manufactured material based on potential use. And looking at the consequences, the mechanical consequence, we have raw industrial material that becomes.
Okay, I guess Home Depot and
Basically,
Lowe's need to get rid of PVC pipes because they can be made into barrels.
readily be.
Yeah, and any kind of iron pipe or copper pipe or anything like that.
Marketed to become.
Yeah, so Home Depot and Lowe's need to
And the
follow by
intent,
this bill.
not just the objects. The definition reaches items that are not firearms under federal law. And this bill regulates potentiality, not finished products. It criminalizes objects based on what they might become. It criminalizes intent without transaction. So in section 3, we have possession of a barrel with intent to sell or transfer. That's a crime if the person is not an FFL. No sale required.
Home Depot will
no
have to get an
transfer
FFL
required,
license.
No offer
Oh, yeah.
completed. Only intent. The mechanical consequence. You have a private individual that cannot list a barrel for sale. A hobbyist with spare parts could be prosecuted based on inferred intent. Intent to offer criminalizes advertising. And this creates prosecutable thought-based liability. And then we
That
see
way, yeah,
a mandatory
hardware
FFL
store
requirement
that has
bottleneck or
We'll have
becomes a
to get an
bottleneck for all barrel transfers.
Yeah.
In section 2, we see all sales or transfers must be conducted by an FFL and occur in person. No private sales permitted. And the mechanical consequence of that, we have it prohibits interstate mail order barrel sales to Colorado residents. It eliminates private resale markets. It treats a non-serialized component like a complete firearm. This is a functional expansion of background check infrastructure to components. We also look at the civil infraction for purchasing outside requirements, that's in section 4. Purchasing in violation is a civil infraction. This creates a strict liability scheme for purchasers. Dual enforcement tracks for criminal, for seller, civil, criminal for seller and civil for buyer. Dual enforcement tracks. Criminal for seller, civil for buyer. The buyer's age and firearm eligibility are tied to the barrel. This treats a barrel as if it were a regulated firearm receiver. And then we look at mandatory data collection beyond the federal standards. That's in section 5. And it requires FFLs to record driver's license number, full residential address, telephone number, date of birth, make, model, caliber of firearm barrel that it's designed for, and employee identity. And this has to be retained for 5 years. Mechanical consequence, This creates a state-specific database.
My firearm barrel
related
identifies
to
as a
firearm
light bulb.
component. It expands
Yeah.
Yep.
regulatory paperwork beyond federal receiver requirements. And it requires dealers to match a barrel to a specific firearm model that's not always feasible for generic barrels.
Yeah, I
Bottom line,
mean,
this
my
builds
barrel was
infrastructure
for
for
a Mossberg
component-level traceability.
500 whenever it went on to a Maverick 88.
And then we have that it extends the dealer penalty framework.
Yeah, that's why I said it when I testified. Firearm barrels are interchangeable. They're not made for just one particular gun.
18-12-405 to make record
Yeah.
violations subject to dealer enforcement penalties. And this ties
It depends on the
compliance
make and model
barriers
of that barrel for
to
that
the
firearm,
dealer
whether or not it can be
licensing
converted over to another
Mechanically,
firearm
we're
that
looking at
operates the same way.
paperwork errors, expose dealers to transactions. We have compliance burden increases, operational risk for FFLs.
For another
And
good example,
lastly,
look at
well,
ESA
say
data.
lastly, because there's
That barrel will
things I
work
think
for Glock
we're gonna
19.
have blind spots on this
Yeah.
bill. There's things
Yeah.
we haven't even talked about
So-
that are gonna be unintended consequences. But last on my notes, we
That's
have
what
safety
Trump told us
clause
about
limits, referendum
This
challenge.
is all emotional.
So in section
instead of
4,
logical.
this invokes the safety clause. Mechanically speaking, this prevents citizens referendum. This prevents the voice of we the people.
There might be answers inside.
We the people, we're dealing with one of our rights here. The Second Amendment, the right to bear arms. And they don't have a say. This shields the bill from ordinary voters.
All of them. It's not about the
And
Constitution.
this is a procedural, call it insulation.
The Democrat Party
Again,
is the
this
tyrannical
bill
government.
infringes on our Constitution.
Well, you know what to do. Start a
I urge a
petition
no
in your
vote
district
on
and then send it
26-0.
district-wide. And then send it to your head.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, motion before the committee is the adoption of
And tell
Senate
them,
Bill 43.
hey,
All those in favor say aye.
we elected you.
All those
You
opposed,
work
no.
for us.
The ayes have it,
Not
motion
the other way
passes.
around.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
Wow,
Motion before the committee
amendment
is to
passed.
rise and-
Wow. That's not a common thing.
No, let me pull up the Senate website on my end.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I withdraw my rise report and move the balance of the calendar lay over until Monday, March the 2nd.
Are you serious? This took a whole day?
The remainder of the second reading calendar, Monday, March the 2nd. The remainder of the calendar.
The motion is to lay over the balance of the second reading calendar
For Monday.
till Monday, March 2nd. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Balance of the calendar is laid over.
Now we're back to the rise report.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
Good.
It sounds like they're gonna put it off until Monday.
Yeah, they spent the whole day talking about amendments, and they didn't even talk about the bill.
They talked about the bill in the beginning. You guys weren't here.
Oh,
Yeah, I figured that, but then it was all amendments. and they didn't even get to
Yeah.
pass the bill
No.
or reject the
It's-
bill or do anything about the bill.
What they need to do is do some work on the weekend to actually get the bill so they can just come in on Monday and be like, okay, we got the bill all worked out. So let's see if we're going to pass it or not.
So let's see. Adopt the report. So we had 32 yeses, 0 nos. Okay. But now, here are the amendments. He said a lot of loss right there. Oh, and it passed was L12.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that says right here, family member means a person related by blood, marriage, or adoption. Person who has a child in common with another person. A person, it pretty much just defines family member.
Who a family member is, yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's
They
the
had
only
to take a Senate 5 to actually agree on what a family member is.
that is very sad.
Because Sullivan was like, I want to know what a family member is. And the guy walked up and he's like, I live close to a bunch of like second and third cousins. And he's like, family means family. And I was like, yeah, that makes sense. Sullivan's argument was like, I want to know what family means. Are we
See,
talking third cousins, second cousins? I'm like, they're related to you. Yeah, I'm assuming they'd mean family.
family's family. No matter how you look at it, family's family.
Yeah.
You know? But that's the only thing that passed. So I know I showed up late in between the amendments and whatnot. But okay. 001. The sale or transfer of firearm barrel to an active or former military of the United States Force. Really? You guys,
I was talking about that one with them. I'm like, because they were talking about police getting, like, retired policemen getting barrels and stuff like that. I'm like, what about retired armed forces members? I mean, they have just as much training as, if not more, than the police. Why don't they get barrels like that? You know?
yeah, it's like I don't understand that at all. You know,
But
yeah,
the
you should see
consensus
some
is
of. Yeah, just continue. You'll see all the common sense things that lost.
okay. The sale or transfer of a firearm barrel to a peace officer, as defined in section 24-31-9013, or a former peace officer. Huh? Really?
yeah.
So military can't own a firearm barrel. Neither can officers or former officers own a firearm barrel.
Yeah.
Right. Right. They don't get any kind of special considerations or anything like that. They're treated just like everyone else.
Wow.
Which okay. I mean, that doesn't make sense, but I mean, if they want to treat everybody equally, I guess that's cool.
Okay, yeah, I'm fine with that, but really? The sale or transfer of a firearm barrel to a resident of a county if the county has less than 5 federal licensed firearm dealers within the county on or after the effective date of this section. You know, that is a very good common sense amendment, because what if that county doesn't have a FFL dealer there? They'll have to travel miles away to the nearest one.
Yeah, they were talking about like some of the people are like 60 to 100 miles away from their nearest FFL.
That would have made common sense. That would have helped the bill out, in my opinion. Okay, so they're not about common sense. So okay, 009. Dealer and the strike dealer and the strike, sell or transfer occurs in person and substitute dealer. Okay. That kind of makes sense. L04. Sell or transfer a firearm barrel to a resident. It was pretty much the same thing, but
They tried to do it several different ways.
Yeah, just to like
to their narrative so they can vote yes for it. But they call it.
So like people can order stuff online like everybody else in 2026 does. Yeah, everybody else in America in 2026, you know.
Okay, that. Okay, 008. Okay, they wanted to push it off. I get that. That made a lot of sense right there because I heard about that. To push it off until December 31st, 2029. That'll give them time to scrutinize the bill, tighten it, make it more common sense than rushed. Because this bill seems very rushed.
Yeah. I mean, come on, if you have to do 12 amendments and not even really get into the meat of the bill in the first day, you're not ready.
Yeah, I don't even see 5, 11, you know.
Yeah.
So 07. If that a recommend addition to file. Okay, see, they wanted the people to vote on this bill.
Yeah.
And I get that. I was for it. I was, okay, yeah, let's let the people vote for it because we know if the people vote for it, especially with a lot of the 2A here in Colorado, it's going to be a no. And it's going to fall off and not go through. But Tom Sullivan couldn't have that. It can't be the people to vote for bills like this.
No, because they have to work for him, not for the people.
And this is how I see it. And I recommend anybody who's watching this take it to their Senate or like that on 2A bills, gun control bills, or what they want to say, common sense gun laws. Let the people decide, period. Because if you guys do it, we're saying you're infringing on our rights. If you let us decide, you can't say it's infringing on our rights because we voted for this. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
because you know it's all about those ghost guns and their, you know, everything like that. It's not about the issues. It's all about the ghost guns, you know.
Or the gun that you can't track. Hell, if you look at this, the CIA, FBI has lost thousands of firearms. Where the hell is their recommend? Where the hell is their punishments and stuff like that?
Yeah.
Anyone remember Operation Fast and Furious?
Yeah. And that was what, in the 90s?
Yeah.
Where they lost several containers filled with assault rifles and rocket launchers and stuff like that. Out of nowhere. It just disappeared. They had no clue what happened to it.
Well, they had originally put trackers in them so that they could then track down the guns to the things, but they found the trackers and took out the trackers.
Yeah, how well did that work out?
Yeah, exactly. That ended up basically, they intended on giving them Trojan horses, but they saw through the Trojan horses.
Mm-hmm.
They looked the gift horse in the mouth.
Yeah. And so, all right. 006, amended printed 4 strike line 3 through 23, renumbering 16. Okay, removing certain shit off the bill. That made sense.
Yeah.
And L10, because we already know what 12 is. Tribal nation with jurisdiction in Colorado. Okay. Change state to tribal. Okay. It seems nothing in this made sense at all. Not even the ASCO, the physical note on this. As you see, $0. $0. Really?
Yeah.
But there's going to be a cost. There's always a cost on it.
Well, I mean, they gotta. I mean, I've never worked at a gun shop. You have. You may know this. Do gun shops have like extra space to store extra forms for
I haven't
useless
worked at a gun shop.
information?
I haven't worked at a gun shop, but what I've learned and what I've seen personally, gun shops don't really have room.
Yeah.
Much of anything. Because they have all their equipment, all their tools, and all supplies and like that. So, not very much space. Especially holding 5 years of paperwork.
Yeah, of people just buying barrels, which I had explained to my mom. They aren't going to be using to track criminals because it won't tell them anything. I don't even know what they're going to write on that paper.
A gun shop to get a gun or a part or anything like that.
Yeah. What's it going to say on that paper? John Smith bought a 9-inch barrel?
Maybe.
That would be it. And then what's that gonna do to help locate a criminal?
And he lives at 234 You're a Retard Avenue.
Yeah, it's gonna have all his information on there, but there's not gonna be anything you can use legally to convict him of anything.
Yeah, and here's the thing: they put this right here. This bill creates a new offense of unlawful sale of a firearm barrel, and unclassified misdemeanor to form an estimate of the prevalence of this new crime. The physical note analyzed the existing offense of unlawful transfer or sale without a background check, a class 1 misdemeanor, as a comparable crime from fiscal year 2022 to 2023 to 2024 to 2045. One white female has been sentenced and convicted for this existing offense. Really?
Yeah.
Just one person.
In what, 3 years?
And yeah, and did they identify as a female, or were they actually a female?
Yeah.
You know? Then they have all these other ones like this, but it's still, they said person convicted unlawful possession of a firearm barrel. Really? And we're going to say 647 were males and 83 were females. Really? When your previous one just said one white female.
Yeah.
Where's the actual data of this?
Yeah.
And then another one. 13 people have been sentenced and convicted for this existing offense. 8 were males, 5 were females. Demographically, 9 were white, 3 were black/African American, and 1 Hispanic. Really?
It just said only one person was convicted of this crime.
Yeah, it's like,
Now suddenly all these mystery people pop up.
yeah. And on the previous one, it said 553 were white, 89 were black / African American, 55 were Hispanic, 13 were Asians, 10 were American Indian, and 9 were classified as other. What is other? And 1 did not have a race. Are we going like counting ghosts now?
No, they're counting non-binary and ethnic. You know, the people who don't identify as anything.
Yeah, but everybody still has a race. I don't care
Yeah.
who you
Okay, these are different things. Watch, if you scroll up, the first one was unlawful sale of a firearm barrel. This is unlawful possession with intent to sell or transfer. And the third one is lawful purchase of a firearm barrel. How? Wait.
None of this makes sense.
No, it doesn't. Like, unlawful sale of a firearm barrel. Like, did she, like. I guess she sold a firearm barrel to another person and the cops just happened to be there, like staking out her house.
But so, how do you have an unlawful sale of a firearm barrel when firearm barrels are not serialized? They're not regulated by the federal government. How? And how does the ATF
I don't understand
feel about
Colorado.
this? You know, the ATF is going to have to enforce these rules on gun shops. How does the ATF feels about it? That's the biggest
Yeah,
question.
there's a lot of money that's going to be put into this whenever they should be, I don't know, trying to make their state safer.
I get the intention, but it's the wrong way to go about it. You know? And
I mean, I would think a state that is second most dangerous state in the nation would have bigger problems than worrying about barrels.
Oh yeah. And see, I don't get, and why are they going low as 18 years old? Most, by federal law, someone cannot buy a handgun until they're 21.
Yeah.
So, and most shotguns and bolt action rifles are allowed for people of 18 years old. But how does that help an 18-year-old who needs to protect themselves? Especially nowadays, people are crazy. You can have the wrong opinion and they'll go shoot you down for it.
Yeah. I mean, you can't carry a shotgun around, that's just asking for trouble.
I know. And if anybody speaks their mind about something different from the left, you're going to get shot. Look what happened to Charlie Kirk. He offered free, come and debate with me. Let's have a discussion about different opinions. And look what happened. He was shot.
Yeah.
This bill is not about discussion. Tulsa Sullivan does not want to have a discussion. He wants it his way or the highway.
Even though whenever it was originally to be gone through to the House, he was saying, I want this open to discussion. And here he is not wanting to be open to discussion.
When I testified again, he was yelling and screaming into the mic at the end of it, at the closing arguments.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
everybody was calm except for him. He was outrageously crazy.
So to me, this scene is it's a control bill. It's not a safety bill. It's a control. He
Yeah.
wants control.
Yeah.
So let's refresh, see if they updated anything with this. No, not yet. So they're going to re-adjourn on Senate Bill 043 Monday, probably at 9 or 10. Who knows about this? A lot of amendments have been lost. Only one passed. Committee as a whole. Oh, they showed this record. What was this one? I'm kind of hoping.
Yes, but Miss Ashcroft doing it. Chris, we need to go. Go where? Come on, what's going on? Hurry. Who's coming?
And now, Senator Snyder, please move the committee of the whole report again.
Mr. President, I move the adoption of the committee of the whole report.
The motion is the adoption of the whole report. There is an amendment of the desk on Senate Bill 43. Mr. Schaffler, please poll the senators.
Are they gonna? Are they gonna vote on it?
Come on, wait. Chris. I'm coming.
Does it seem like they're gonna vote on it?
Keep moving. Oh. What's that?
Can you guys hear it on your end?
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Because
It's 40 years old, so it doesn't take much to trip it.
I'm trying to see what's going on. Because something new popped up. You know what I mean? We're still reporting on this because now I guess hereafter Senate is currently taking us 5. We might find out a little bit more in 43. I thought they were done. What are you watching in the background? Like, what are you watching in the background?
Oh, do I need to turn it down?
A little if you can. We can hear it clear as day.
Yeah. Is that good?
Yeah, your mic is really good at catching things.
Yeah.
Just... All right, come on, come back. Let's try to finish up this Senate Bill 43. You guys been on it way too damn long. And if Tom Sullivan's really that into his own bill, That bad? Someone needs to be straight out blunt and honest with him right to his face.
Members, with a roll call vote for Senate Bill 43, with a vote of 18 ayes, 10 no, 6 excused, 1 vacant. Senate Bill 43 is passed.
No surprise there. There you go.
No, yeah.
Committee of the whole
Well,
report.
we have
Motion is the
lost
adoption committee
a
of the whole
great
report. Are there
deal
any no
today.
votes?
You guys just heard it here. Senate bill.
Are there any no votes on the committee of the whole report? Committee
Well,
of
at
the
least
whole
we'll be
report.
having to stay up early
Committee
Monday.
of the whole report. Very good. Mr.
The only good
Majority
thing
Leader.
that's happening for out of this.
Laura Wilson. Kurtmeyer. That's true. Bright. Pelton R. Pelton B. Catlin. With a vote of 21 ayes, 7 no, 6 excused, 1 vacant. The committee of the whole report is adopted. Senate Bill 43 is amended, passed second reading, order gross place and count of third reading, and final passage. Senate Bill 21 laid over until 3/2/2026 and retaining its place on the calendar. Message from the House. Help! Help us.
The House is adopted and transmits herewith House Joint Resolution 1019 as printed in the House Journal, February 27, 2026.
Committee reports.
Committee on Business, Labor, and Technology, after consideration on the merits, committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 63 be amended as follows, and if so amended, be referred to the committee of the whole with favorable recommendation. Committee on Business, Labor, and Technology, after consideration on the merits, committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 79 be postponed indefinitely. Committee on Local Government and Housing, after consideration on the merits, committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 38 be postponed indefinitely. Senate Bill 40 be amended as follows, and if so amended, be referred to the committee of the whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 80 be amended as follows, and so amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation.
Introduction of resolutions. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of HJR 1019.
House Joint Resolution 1019 by Representative Ricks and Senator Judah concerning the recognition of Caregiving Youth Day.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the House Joint Resolution 1019 lay over.
Was that really Senate Bill 43? Because that looked like a different committee than the one we were looking at.
No, 43 was just passed. They just moved over to HJR deal, so that's why. And so that's what I heard. 10 no's and the rest ayes with a few absences and 1 vacant.
Yeah.
We lost this fight of people scared of this thing. This. Oh my God.
Well, have you seen it? It looks terrifying.
I know. Oh my
The
God.
most terrifying thing I've ever seen.
It's really going to do a lot of damage. All right. This is very ridiculous. So
Yeah.
I'll keep everybody. We're going to keep an eye on it because they're going to have to go through another reading and passage, another debate on this before it gets passed into law. So stick with us. We're going to follow this all the way through to the very end. Hopefully not too much longer. They knock it down here soon. So aloha. Thank you for watching all of this. I'm sorry that lasted 5.5 hours. But it's the government. They're kind of slow at things. So we'll see you guys at the next video.
See ya.
Yeah.